All right. So once again, welcome everybody to this week's Brick Talk from earnings season. I'm the host as usual, Randy, and as usual every week I point out something. I point out again this week that I am not an investment advisor, and while we sometimes have investment advisors on the show, including a co-host and I, nothing that's said on the show should be taken as investment advice. You shouldn't buy or sell something just because Danai or Shay or any other people call in or join in and send a speaking request and talk about a stock, speak about it, all right? We should make our investment decisions on a basis of having done the research and also having spoken to a licensed investment advisor about your own personalized case. What we do on the show is we talk about stuff in the business space. We talk about investments that we like. We talk about the market and talk about it in a very real way. And we talk about things that we do and are doing, but you should not buy or sell anything just because we're speaking about it. We're not giving investment advice. So, with that said, welcome. And as usual, every week, I figure there might be somebody new. So, I'm Randy on Twitter, I'm RT Row. I talk a lot about investing in real life. and I'll hand over to Dana and then Shay will introduce themselves and then we'll get going with this week's topic.
Yeah, I'm Danai. I talk about investing in real life a lot
Yeah.
as an investment advisor, and do have to invest in myself. So happy to be here again this week. Over to you, Shay.
All right, I'm
Are we
Shay
hearing Shay?
Miller.
Uh,
I am a psychologist. I do a lot of therapy. Are you not hearing me?
You're
hearing
hearing
you,
you.
hearing you, hearing you, hearing you.
Okay, excellent. Yes, Shay Miller. I am a psychologist. I do a lot of therapy. I I talk about stocks a lot in real life as well. Um, I love talking about personal finance. So not just stocks, but just overall personal
Money.
finance is kind of my jam. Yeah, I'm about that money.
Love that. Love that. All right. So this week's topic is I think a nice one, the best lock-in stock. And we just had somebody come on early, editor who thankfully joined us very, very early and filled the space a little bit. So thank you for that. And he asked a question that I think a lot of people want to know. I think a lot of people want to know what we all consider our lock-in stocks to be. But then I had also asked him a question in return, a question that I'll ask you guys, which what you think lock-in is. But just to give you an idea, the genesis of where this idea came from, as in a conversation, and it's something that may have come up on the show before, but the idea of the best lock-in stock, it's really an answer to the question of suppose you could only, like, think of where we are right now, um, September 12th, 2025. Imagine, second week of September. Imagine that from next week, Monday, when the market opens, the 15th of September, the middle of September, to the rest of your life, you can only buy one stock. What would that, you literally can only lock in on one stock. What would that stock be? And so that's where the idea came from, with, the whole, what's the best lock-in stock? So with that in mind, I figured it'd be a good conversation. Of course, we have a lot of things that also will always come up along the way. I know right before we got going, there's the Trans Jamaica dividend that was just announced. I know that's a big deal for some people.
Oh, really?
Um, yeah,
Many
man.
people.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Didn't even
Big,
see
Christmas
it.
come again.
yeah, man.
Yes.
A big Trans Jamaica dividend. This one, I think, brings them up to on my list. It brings them up to the fourth or third biggest
Hmm.
dividend payer for the year. And be clear, not the single dividend, although the dividend itself is pretty impressive. I think it's let's see on my money, JA, what it is. But it brings them, I believe, to being the fourth uh
Right to see you.
biggest. Yeah, man, fourth, yeah, as in you get the most, the fourth most money. I want to say fourth, but I'll correct it. I'll give you the accurate number in a moment. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of things will come up. I'm sure people have questions about stocks, and we will get into all of them as usual. So with that said, welcome to this week's episode, the lock-in stock episode. So We also had somebody who joined us very, very early. I don't want them to feel like we're going to forget them or talk around it. So haul off. I can't say, and a bunch of numbers on Twitter. If you want to join us on Twitter, please. If you want to ask us something, jump on Twitter, send a speaking request, and we'll get to it and we'll talk. But Hall of AME or Hall
Hall
of
of
Fame,
Fame. Hall of
Hall
Fame.
of
Hall of
Fame,
Fame.
Jesus, Hall of AME. Shacy, I need a psychologist.
Clearly.
Clearly.
Yeah, man. But Hall of Fame, what's
Hall of
up?
Fame. What's up?
You're muted, by the way. You have to unmute.
Yo, and good night. Good
All
night.
right, then.
Good night to everybody.
Night boss. What's up?
I really Jovan still, but is in that are the Monica. Yeah, me that one. Yeah. So the question really is the growth session is not about the topic still, but
Okay.
it's just an inquiry. The growth session at the end of the month, the 27th, I think. There's just one straight one. Then I'm not split growth for September.
No, I don't have a split growth for September. I do just have the one session, the one full day session in September. I mean, maybe I'll do a split session in October. But I mean, a split session takes 2 evenings. The all-in-one session is long, but it takes one day. But when the day done, and you get all the knowledge that you have, right? So,
Yeah, man. Because me do grow already still, but
oh,
never
okay. So,
really cool. Yeah, man. This would have been me.
second one, you want to do it again?
Not second,
Okay.
but
Well, you did it a long time
but
ago.
so that's why I try. Yeah, cause I think the first time I do it in 2023. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
Okay.
me just
Brush
me
up
try to split grow because probably me not think me get the full. Me get some of the concepts them, but me not get
all of them.
everything. That's time I think say boy a split one would have be better for me because I got two full time one and
Okay,
boy
I get you.
It
I get
all
to
goes
hear
down
way
too.
though. Yeah, man. I don't know if it's hard to sit through because I try to make it enjoyable. But I mean, send me a DM afterwards. I'll talk. Maybe I'll do one in October if people want a split one. It is better for some people's time, So I do try to mix it up. But no problem. But since you're here talking to us, what do you think about the topic?
well, I'm really need for lucky for some knowledge. That's at the beginning. Overall for me because sometimes boy some opportunity there and
Hmm.
you don't really know so the opportunity there because you don't have really the knowledge or really the insight.
Yeah, yeah.
Because an example for me can give is the whole Fontana thing. Because Fontana is a stock that we did think would assist some a decent move in the stock. I think we could have get at least a 30% increase of it due to the fact say why the whole monarch the fact that them buy monarch and also the launch of the Fenty something there.
Hmm.
And but what I remember from growing from that time there is the whole boy you show the whole picture and say boy when you go
Yeah,
get
I understand. I
you
understand. Yeah,
really but it got
yeah.
sideways and them kind of insight they would have me that want. So my lucky really and lucky for knowledge, and not
Well,
really a stack.
that's the
That's where
best.
it
That's the
starts.
best locking,
That's where it
That's the
starts.
Yeah, man. That's the best locking. Sorry, go ahead, Dana.
I say that's where it starts.
Yeah, man.
Me can't tell you. As I say, if you don't really know where to start, you don't know where to go. Oh, I must take that stock. That's putting the cart before the horse. So you're right. You have to figure out how to figure out the stock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, true. Cause sometimes I right on some things and sometimes terribly wrong.
That's everybody. It's human
Yep.
nature.
Yep.
But
Well,
all
you.
right, me
I,
tune in and
yeah, man. Big up. No problem.
Yeah, man.
uh,
Big up, boss.
so we say Randy, send you
Just send
message.
me a DM. Send me a DM, and yeah, man. We'll talk. Obviously, not after this. Maybe tomorrow, but I'll just respond.
All right.
Cool. Uh, Chairman Rules. What's up? Our chairman, well, chairman underscore rules. You are muted, by the way.
Yes,
So you have
if
to
you speak, we
unmute.
Oh,
can't hear
yeah,
you.
greetings everyone. You guys are hearing me?
Greetings, boss.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
hearing you
hearing you
now.
now.
Greetings.
Yeah, greetings. So it's my first time, actually speaking on the show.
Well,
Um,
welcome.
yeah, thanks. So the market seems, well, to me, I don't know if a lot of persons actually see it, but the market, it seems very interesting in terms of like opportunities to get some stocks at some really ridiculous low price. Because look for even NCB were there. When NCB I got like $28 and it's a get buy up like one, people are saying, all right, how long is this gonna last?
Hmm.
But look at it right now, it's at like $42 now. Them reason there, you know what I'm saying? So there are a lot of persons that were able to clock in on that, and
Is the first time you're listening
and
to the
dip out.
show?
No, it's not the first time. I listened a few weeks ago.
Hmm.
I listened a few weeks ago, and
So you'd have heard Shay talking about NCV then.
I heard, I don't remember if it was her talking about it, but I heard there were some persons on the program that were talking about NCV and them
Hmm.
getting lunch money off of NCV. I mean, I say, yo, but the thing is, I didn't have any liquid cash at the time, sufficient
Uh-huh.
enough to really for it to make sense for me to get in on it. But that's a lesson for me though, to try to have liquid cash so I can be able to, get opportunities like those when they
I
actually.
don't know I don't know that that's the actual lesson.
I'm sorry.
I do not know that that's the actual lesson.
What's the actual lesson based
Oh
on
yeah,
your
some
point of view?
steps. But to me, the idea I should always have liquid cash
Mm-hmm,
for the eventuality something comes to me.
mm-hmm,
That's saying you're going to have cash sitting down that you have no real idea or determination on what it's going to be doing. So
mm-hmm,
that's the money not working in any which way. It cannot possibly grow. And
mm-hmm,
how you going to determine if you say you want to make a certain amount of money by a certain amount of time,
mm-hmm.
how you going to determine when the thing will just come to you? It's not going to come like magic.
All right. So suppose the liquid cash you have though, it's coming in on a say on a quarterly basis from
Mhm.
dividends. What do you think about that?
Then same idea because
So it's
you get
basically
the money
stopping.
and then imagine this. You know when your money is coming, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you know it's coming every quarter
Right.
based on how you set up your cash flow.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better then to say every quarter I need to figure out what I should be doing with my money so when I get it I can spend it instead of waiting for something to just happen randomly that's outside of whatever goal or plan you set for yourself that you need to be jumping onto so you held the cash doing none.
Okay. I see your point. I see your point.
Because the
Very
truth
good.
is you can it's not that and it's not that you should have the money waiting for NCB when or should have had the money waiting.
Mm-hmm.
It's more you say you had stocks in your portfolio at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or did you think, hey, maybe I can, if you truly saw the opportunity for NCB at that time to go from 29 or whatever it was to the 42 it is today,
Yeah.
right? So you're not waiting until the thing happens to say, oh, that's a missed opportunity. It really matters if when you hear the news, when you figure it out, you're going to make a move now. If you need the cash, then the real question is, all right, I have something else in my portfolio. Do I think that's a better place for our money right now than the NCB? If you answer yes, then you don't need to buy NCB. You'll be fine not having participated in NCB because the money you already spent is fulfilling what you want overall.
Yeah.
But if NCB is a
Hmm.
better opportunity for you at the time than the other thing, you really have to ask yourself, why's the money in that thing in that time when it could be in NCB instead?
Yeah. Yep. You're
And
making some
you
very good
might
points.
really get up and say you really have a reason why you shouldn't buy NCB, but that's what you want to do every time. You want to say, all right, I see this thing in front of me. Because the
Mm-hmm.
more you're going to see more and more in the market, you start doing more things, you're going to see more opportunities. And you have to
Yeah.
forego them sometimes. It's not everything you put your money in. But the thing you want to do is figure out for yourself.
Yeah.
Does this thing work better for me than the thing I was already doing? If yes, move. If not, you can keep doing what you're doing because you're comfortable and you're doing what you want to do there and it's working for what you want out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair point. Fair point.
because you can reach the point where you'll never have that cash. And if you
That's a
have the cash
fact.
sitting, you're gonna get up and say to yourself, why am I have this cash? If you have the cash sitting and you're not it's not doing something, the reality of that situation is I don't know what to do with that money. I'm not made a decision on what to do with that money. If you can keep making a decision on what to do with the money every single time, then you're not the thing that's going to hit you is boy, I wish I had more money. So I could do more things or I could do more of this thing already that I'm already doing.
Yeah, more resources. Yeah,
Yeah. So you can always want more money. So the solution isn't to suddenly magically have more money doing nothing. It's
yeah,
you just like what you saw in CV, the stocks you already bought, you saw them too, and you spend your money on them.
spending money
There's
on
a
them.
reason they buy them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And good announcement today. Jamaica announced a dividend. This is a
Yeah.
Yeah, we
little
just
Christmas
couple more
again, man.
cents more. Hmm?
said that Daniel said Christmas, but what you said a while ago, a couple cents more
Couple cents more than the dividend that they announced in March.
the
So
prior dividend, correct?
they're on the right track.
On the
Hopefully
right
next
track.
year, they pay 15 cents. That's what I'm
15
predicting.
cents. And so
15 cents.
the dividend now,
Mhm.
the dividend now is how many cents?
They announced today
So
0.1292.
yeah.
0.129, 0.1
292.
9-2.
Yeah. So almost
cents.
13 cents.
I don't know if is that what it is, or is it 0.1 US cents?
No, 0.1292.
They
Oh,
announced it today.
JMD, yeah, correct, yeah,
JMD,
JMD,
correct.
yeah,
yeah.
That's
yeah.
my mistake, correct,
Yeah.
correct. I announced it like just a little while ago, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying that the yield on that dividend alone is 3.3, almost 3.5%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Which I know you haven't done grow because that didn't mean anything to you, but that's a big dividend. That's a big dividend.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big dividend in one go
Oh,
too.
that's a one go, as you said.
Yeah.
6.85% for the whole year so far. So
Hmm.
Mm.
if you collected both dividends, then
It's six.
yes, you almost reach 7.
6%. Yeah. This isn't bad at all because look at it. If a person were supposed to put their money in like a fixed deposit, like maybe say a credit union and so forth, maybe they're not getting 6% on that fixed deposit. They probably
Uh,
get three, or they
um,
probably get four.
almost certainly not getting.
Mhm. Yeah.
Almost certainly not getting that.
So,
And
versus going into Jamaica, I mean, you're benefiting from dividends, plus the possibility of stock appreciation,
that's what I was going
because
to say.
it's not always going to stay at $3. You know what I mean? We've seen it gone to $4 and something before.
It
It's
went to
not.
$4 today.
Today,
It went to $4 today.
Yeah, man. You need
the
to
man
use
said
my
make some
money,
money, I may
JA,
When
not
is
man.
that?
even know.
Yeah, you need to
Man,
use
even
my
know some
money,
make that
JA,
money.
man. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you use my
And
money, JA, you'd see. So if you look at, well, for the people watching on screen, you
no,
look
you
at
see
my
the
money.
thing is though. You see the thing is though, Randy. I was actually keen on hearing about the declaration of the dividend. I wasn't paying attention much to the stock price itself today.
Well, my money, JA, cover all of them, including the declaration of the dividend. So
No,
That's
what I
interesting to
noticed
hear, though.
though, is that yesterday the volume picked up a lot, and then today the volume seemed that it was picking up as well too a lot. Because
mm,
yesterday I think I was almost 50 units, just 50 million units yesterday. That move.
yesterday, well, we can see again also from MMJA.
Mm.
But
No,
what does that tell you, though? Let's hear. Yeah, it was like 49.6 million shares
but,
yesterday, and today, 26.8 million shares. So
but,
a little below 100 million worth of
but, but,
shares
but
traded.
it signals to me, especially being that the dividend meeting was supposed to be kept today for the board. It signals to me the
The
excitement
dividend
of the market for the
meeting.
dividends. Yeah, the dividends are what's causing the movement between yesterday and today. You know. And I mean,
Okay.
hopefully it reaches $5 because hadn't the government of Jamaica not done the offer for sale at $3.60, I'm sure that thing would have passed $5 by now.
Hmm.
Ooh.
I'm sure. I'm sure with these increased dividends and this
I
increase
like your confidence. I
Optimism.
don't.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like your optimism. I don't agree with you, But I like your
I
optimism.
love it.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
the speculation now in the market is that will it go to $10?
Oh, I
Oh,
never heard. Eh?
Yeah,
which
man.
market? Which market?
Wait, no.
I don't know if I don't
You
know
said
if you
speculation
listen
in
to
the market. So what you mean?
no,
Like
I
the
don't know
people
if you
saying that's what
Hold
you
on, him
eh?
saying.
telling us, Dana, you telling us.
Okay,
You
got you, my
you do
boss.
have to listen to what?
Did we lose him?
What was Diana saying?
No, man,
No, we're
he'll
asking
say
what
it
you're
after.
saying. You said we don't know if we listen to what.
No, you see, there's a few programs on YouTube that I tune into, taking stock with Kalila and
Mm-hmm.
Learn Grow Invest.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's rife with speculation. Will it go to $10? Will it go to $15? You know, what's the
Wow.
future possible
So that's
price of?
what they're saying. I don't understand.
No, it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily the host of these programs that are saying this. You know,
But in
it's
that space.
persons within the chat. Yes, persons
Mm-hmm.
within the chat
Mm.
and comments and so on. Yes,
So you
within
know
that.
anybody
Wow.
wanting to buy it for $10?
Want to buy it for $10?
Yeah.
I wish I knew some persons who wanted to buy it for $10. I have some
You
right now to
wouldn't.
sell it.
So
You
so
wouldn't. Why would
how's it
you
going to
wouldn't buy it
get
for
to
$10?
$10?
Well, I think a big part of that is Transamerica starting to charge toll for the new leg that they've been procrastinating charging toll on. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, the increase in terms of um, use, in terms of getting more persons to use the T tag, which makes it more easier for them to go to the toll, which is going to increase the volume of traffic. So the thing is, with the toll road is that some persons, they don't use the toll road because they figure, okay, if I use the longer journey road, then I probably reach at the same speed at time because I have to join the toll road and it's long traffic on the toll road because it takes them so long to get through, right? So if persons are finding it easier to get through on the toll road, then of course more and more persons are going to use the toll road. So companies' revenues are going to increase, and we've seen
I
it
like I
because
like what you're saying. It sounds good. I don't know if reality matches it though.
okay.
However,
So what's your point of view on that?
well, I is complete is that it's a depth. Mine has a bit of depth to it. Not that I won't go into it here, but then I was asking something that I think is important. I
The
don't want to skip
important
it.
part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Then I was asking about the what you said, the $5, $10.
$10. So
Yeah, if
you
you would buy
what
it at
would
$10,
you buy
yeah,
it at $10?
If I would buy it at $10,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
um,
We could get the answer already, then
Nah,
I
man.
would I would buy it at 7. Right now, I'd
really.
buy it at 7. No, it's at current based on what's happening with the company right now. I buy it at 7.
So
But
why
if
you
when
worry about
if they
NCB
start,
moving from 29 to 42?
eh?
Why you worry about NCB moving from 29 to 42 when you can buy it at 360, 370 and get it at 10?
All right,
I'm
all right.
asking. I'm actually asking.
You make a fair point.
I'm not setting a view. No, I'm actually asking. So
No,
I'm not trying to
you
make
make
a point. I'm asking you a question.
no.
So I'm actually asking. So I
No,
want a
the question
response.
itself is that basically it's almost like what they call the word. It's trying
It's
to
not
find
rhetorical though, it's
almost
a
a
It's not
real
rhetorical.
rhetorical
I
question.
actually
it's
want to
not
hear your answer.
rhetorical, it's a real question.
I want to hear your thoughts around it. You're the one making certain decisions. So I want to hear
Yeah.
why the thought
No.
process goes elsewhere when you have
I,
these thoughts around this thing. And
yeah.
you kind of any reason you give me is valid. I just actually want to hear what you're saying, what your reasoning is.
Yeah. So here's the reason, right? With Transamerica now, with the potential of the company, right? Not just in terms of the revenue itself and the profit
Mm-hmm.
margins and so on, but this is actually one of the most liquid stock on the market.
It is the
Um,
most liquid stock on the market.
Mm-hmm.
all right, you corrected me. It's the most liquid stock on the market, meaning I buy today, say even 100,000 stock, it's almost guaranteed I'm going to be able to sell it tomorrow. I may not be able to sell it at the price I want to sell it for tomorrow, but it's almost guaranteed I'm going to be able to sell it tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the volume is good in terms of how liquid the stock is trading per day and the shares. You understand? There's a lot of shares within the company, so there's a lot of um you know value in terms of being able to hold on to those shares for long term growth.
Hold on, no,
I
no,
think
no,
I
no,
think
no,
you
no.
don't.
Hold on.
I think you don't
You're
answer my
packing
question.
but you're
You
also
you have to answer the question.
you're packing in a lot of
Nice
nice
things.
sounding things
Yeah.
in the last 5 years. So you said there's a lot of shares in the company, and
Right.
Trade option.
so
You can always
the
get
trade,
out.
and so there's a lot of how you put in the last part, long
The
term
last part
growth,
is
and
just
yeah,
those who don't actually the thing you said that the premise don't lead to the ending. So
Conclusion.
you say it's
mm,
liquid. I can say that means I can go long term growth. That's all that doesn't mean that.
No, because the revenues are increasing within the company. So
Mm.
therefore the profit margins are also increasing as well.
those two
But
things also
but
don't go
again, though,
together.
that has nothing to do with the shares
Hmm.
and the
Yeah.
liquidity of them. But that's not the question I asked. The question I asked was, why would you look at NCB and the movement that you observed and say, boy, I wish I had some money for that, when the opportunity that you stated that you see in Transformaker is there? Why would you worry about NCB and being able to put money in there and saying, boy, I wish I could have, when your money was already in Transformaker and you have these thoughts around it? Why was NCB moving from 29 doing whatever appealing when you have in your mind Transformaker moving from 3 to 10? And the truth is at the moment when it happened, when you get it, when you're looking at it, it's not after the fact. So it's when you were looking at NCB at 29 and say, boy, I want some money for that, I want some money for that, because it looked good and I will get some money. I think it can go to wherever you thought it could go. Whatever you thought you missed out on at the moment when you wish you had the money for it. You were also looking at Transformaker, you already own some Transformaker, and you say it can move from 3 to 10. Why would you consider NCB, boy, this big missed opportunity, when the opportunity that you have already is you're locked in on it? Get me?
Did he jump off?
Yeah, I think him drop off.
Damn. Well, but maybe
And that's a good
he'll jump back
conversation.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good conversation. I think it was going on a line that a lot of people need to go
Yeah.
down,
Yeah.
that a lot of people need to think through. What do you think, Shay?
Not hearing Shay.
You're not hearing Shay at all either. Yeah, Shay, we're not hearing you at all. I don't know if your headphone, your headset, you're not muted on the phone. We're just not hearing you. Or while she sorts that out. Yeah, while she sorts that out, I'll well, I did say what I thought the whole lock-in concept was, right? Lock-in, if, like I said, we're pretending that we're buying one stock alone
We
from,
can only buy one stock.
we can only
So
buy one stock. So
any
you
money
get
we
the,
get can only go one place.
exactly. So you get to look at the
For
entire market. You can get to look at the entire
pick your one
market.
stock.
And you can pick the one, you can invest in it any way you want,
Mhm.
but you
What
can
that
you
mean?
can throw all your money in there now if you want.
Mhm.
Or you can dollar cost average it, or you can, what you're whatever you can do, but whatever stock you pick, that's the only one you can buy for the rest of your life.
Mhm.
Should probably call it the Buffett method, right? Because I think Buffett says something like that too. The one of the truisms about picking, being about picking
Yeah.
carefully.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that in mind,
Which
yeah,
is
I think.
I like that one because it goes into the diversification problem everybody has, right?
I don't think people think out when people think about that, they don't think about the fact that it's completely against their
Yeah,
idea of the
yeah. I mean,
diversification. Yeah.
he even says it. He likes that because he wishes he could buy more, but at that point, the money I can't put no more money in that, so I'm too rich, man, for go find somewhere else, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his problem. So most of us don't have that problem.
At all, yeah. I really hope I even forget his name, but I really hope that guy joins back. I hope it's not your questions throw him off, but I mean a good part of investing, as you know, is those questions. Once you start
Mhm.
getting an answer to those questions, everything changes. You literally become a better investor. Shay, Oh, I see Shay on again. Let's give her a couple of seconds. Yes, so in thinking about the whole locking idea too,
Chairman is back as well.
chairman is back. Okay, there we go. And so
Hello?
is Shay. Shay, you hearing us?
You hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly. I was always hearing you clearly.
We're just
Perfect.
not
I
hearing
love
Um,
you.
that.
are you
Well,
also hearing me?
no, we're hearing you
Wonderfully, yeah,
now.
man.
Excellent. Yay, sweet success. A couple of things. Like he brought up so much, so much.
Hmm.
And Dana, you're doing an excellent job.
I
I
would hope
feel
so.
like, yeah, man, excellent job. Very important questions, and I wish he had stayed with it.
He's back. He's back.
No, man, he's back. He's
Yeah,
back, Shay. So
chairman,
say what
right?
you're saying. He can hear us.
Hmm.
Yeah, man. Chairman, I encourage you to go down this path with Danai. I promise it's going to be good for you. As you were speaking, then I was basically saying a lot of what I was thinking, because like I was saying in the NCB thing as well. Why is your money somewhere else? Why are you balling about not having free money? Just free up some money from somewhere else. Or or is the other thing a better place for your money? So if
Hmm.
you think, just like Daniel was saying, if you found the right place for your money, place that you're comfortable with, a place that's giving you what you want, then why do you care about anything else that's happening? I swear, if I think I found my thing, I don't really care about what happens in other areas, or if I miss this or miss that. I don't think it's worth stressing myself or crying over spilled milk
We take a
kind
lot to
of
get to
vibe.
that
So
stage, you know.
But I think yes, that's it. And
yeah.
I think there's a lot that happens to most people that pushes them out of that mindset. And largely, I have not set a real goal. I don't really have an understanding of when I have money in my hand, what I want that money to be doing. There's no real definition of I need this money to grow X% every single year. It's more a matter of I need to find a stock. I need to find a stock that I believe will do certain things, and I'm there. So when other things come up, you're not thinking about necessarily, hey, I think this can do this. It's more that's a good stock, or I think it's not tied to what the money should be doing. It's tied to, oh yo, I can do this with if I have money, I can do that thing with with that stock over there. So I need to buy this IPO because this IPO will be good. You hear a lot of those same things. It's not the why. There's no real testing of if the thing is better than another thing. Are we weighing it based on how much I think I can make? It's more I'll catch this opportunity because it's more than a goal too. It largely deals with how much you think that, how much you believe in this, how much you believe in your place, or testing a play generally. I think a lot of people go into stocks, but they don't really have an idea of where them selling it, why them buying it, what's the thing that going to. I know most people do that. They don't know what's the thing that will get them to where they need to go, or how much it will actually go. They just want to when it gets to that they want to leave when it's no longer good, quote unquote,
Yeah,
or when they really feel these are the best them could have get out of this thing. And that could be other people turning heads. Them see the steel cue look a certain way, the buy cue look a certain way. So, they're looking for certain signals, but they don't really find them in certain ways for themselves. It's more, I want to catch a vibe. I want to make
yeah,
100% on this thing. If I get 80 and I feel everybody jumping off the ship, it sound bad now, then this news come out, at least I got out at the top. People do the opposite. They stay in stocks longer than they want to because they don't really know where they might go. They already do. Yeah.
yeah. It's a vibe thing. But chairman, I see you back. What you think?
Mhm.
You have to unmute again.
Then I is making some very good point, I must say.
I would hope
Um,
so.
eh?
I would hope so.
Yeah, man, you are, man, because based on even speaking with other persons that do investing and so on, that's their thing. You're going off a vibe. or they think that
I speak with him
companies.
every day, by the way.
Yeah.
Every
So
day. So I
Yeah.
know exactly how those vibes
yeah,
sound.
even
But but
even
but
even
but,
based
but
on
no,
the
not the
trend.
vibes, because a lot of what
All
you're
the
saying
vibes.
is very much vibe based.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of what you're saying is
Oh,
vibe
this.
based.
Yeah,
Meaning,
I believe so.
yeah, man, like you haven't actually in what you're saying said anything yet that,
Mm-hmm.
in my view, speaks to the reality of Trans Jamaica
And
going
Jamaica,
to 5 or
$10,
the new dream that you've put out there, 10.
10.
Mm.
No, it's not his dream. It's everybody else's,
Is
and him
everybody
agrees
else
with it.
dream? Because
And he, and,
you
and, he
hear him.
agree, and he agrees with it.
Yeah, he faulted actually. So back to where you were, Chairman. You were saying that $7 is what you'd buy.
All right. Let me get it clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I so I'd buy it at 7 today, right?
Word.
No,
Mm-hmm.
wait,
Hold
no,
on.
wait,
Tell me
no,
something.
wait, no,
Hold on.
wait,
Tell me
no,
something.
wait,
Do you
no.
own? Do you
Yeah,
own some right now?
Of
yeah,
course.
I own,
You
right?
know what here?
So I'd
Okay.
buy it at
Okay.
7 today, but
Hmm.
if it is that I see it go to 10, say whatever time from now, say a few months from now, say 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, I'd buy it at the 10. If they start charging for the new leg, because that's a key factor for me in terms of buying it at the 10.
Really?
So
Yeah.
So let me get
so
this
so
straight.
Chairman.
it's
Sorry.
a ten
Go
dollar
through
stock now.
Shay. Go through
Right.
Shay. Go through Shay.
But I think it has the potential.
How much is going? Okay. So you're waiting for the new leg for them to start charging for the new leg for it to be a $10 stock.
For it to be a $10
No,
stock.
wait.
That's what's going to make it a $10
Mhm.
stock.
Yeah.
And so you know for a fact that they're going to charge for the new leg, right?
Yeah, man, the contract has already been signed and everything.
So you
This
know
is
for a
public.
fact
How
that
much?
it's going to go to 10 then. So why wouldn't you be buying our whole heap right now?
That's the plan.
So you hear what
Okay.
I say? So you hear what I say? So it's back to my question then.
Mm.
Why you worry about NCB? Moving from 29 to whatever you thought it would go to.
Yeah.
You have a miss now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't go to NCV.
No, but
You know,
you need
that's a
to.
real question
We
though.
look
So
at the whole
imagine we
market.
start with NCB, and so we look at everything, and remember again, it's largely dependent on the choices you have in front of you at any given time. So when you
Mm.
look at NCB and hear Shay talking about it,
Yeah.
like, real question:
Mm-hmm.
when you heard Shay talking about it before at 29, what were your thoughts on NCB at that point? Buying NCB? So you say, is it that you wanted to buy at that time because when you heard it, something convinced you that it's better, that it's going to move or whatever, or was it after the fact you say, I wish I had that money when I heard the thing the first time?
No, man. So I heard when while it was at the 29, I heard Shay talking about it, right?
Mhm.
I was hoping it would stay there at the 29 long enough for when I'm ready to jump in, it's still there at the 29.
Okay, so you wanted to buy at 29. What were you
I
thinking would
want-
happen with NCB if you bought at 29? What were you looking for when you buy
For
at
the
29?
future prospects and so on, other stock and so on.
What were you
You
looking
looking,
for?
remember, you buy
Why you would
29.
have put
You
your
Okay.
see,
money in at
I gave
29?
you the money at the time. You call me and say, Donna, I need some money because NCB look ripe. I say, yo, 100,000,
The-
buy some NCB. And you buy it at
So
29. What
mhm.
are you thinking?
What I'm thinking is that it's a solid company based on the profits of the company, the revenues and so on.
My
It's
brother,
not gonna.
hold on. I get it. You say you haven't listed a lot of Brick Talk, you haven't listed a lot of earning season.
Mhm.
Uh, I know sometimes we sound like we have sense, and I'd like to think that we do. But you'll notice one thing: we never sound the way you're trying to sound now. And I know that you don't sound the way you sound now because you put on a different voice when you're doing it.
Yeah.
What were you?
Any strength that
Can
NCB had 2 months ago, them still have.
the same strength. So
So,
fault
so,
is no problem,
so
right?
you
So
buy,
you
you
buy.
buy.
So my real question is, what were you looking to sell NCB for, and when were you looking to sell it? Or
There we
are you
go.
saying you would have bought at 29, and it
Yeah.
at you still you see it at 42 today, and you wouldn't have sold it? What are you saying? What are your plans with it? And it ties exactly what I just said to Shay around most people doing a vibes thing. They're not really making any decisions on what am I doing when I put my money in this thing? What's the plan
Hmm.
here? Am I buying and selling for whatever? Am I looking for dividends? They don't really make those decisions. It's I in when it sounds good, and I hope to be out before it sounds bad. So when you're going to NCB, can you tell me Transfer Maker, you buy it at 3, whatever right to right now, and you'll say you tell it at 10, and that's sometime soon. NCB, you buy it at 29. What are you thinking to do around the NCB? What's the play you're making with the NCB when you spend that money?
Hold, and sell it at 40.
At 40.
So you thought it would go to 40 by when?
3 months.
How long did it never take 3
And
months, to be honest,
It
from what
never
Trey
took.
says it.
That's the thing. It never took 3 months to go to 40. After
So
I
So
went
you,
to
when it was at
how long?
29, you thought it was going to go to 40.
yeah, man.
Based on
In
what?
3 months, based on what?
Just based on the fact that the volatility is just what's taking place with the stock in terms of just persons, listening to too much negative about the company on the news.
It would have come
That's
from
it.
200, you know.
Yeah, man. It come from
It
the
was
region.
60 this year. So to me,
Yeah.
think about that then. 29. So why weren't you thinking of buying it at 60?
Actually, you see, the thing is though, in 2023, I bought it at what was it, $75. I bought it about a
You
couple
don't buy.
thousand
Have you bought any stock since? Have you bought any stock since here?
stocks since here. Yeah, man. I bought Transamerica off of a sale. I bought into that.
All right. Why did none of that money go to NCB at 60? Because the things you just said were true at that time.
I see. I wanted to have some dividends to put on NCB. I didn't have it at the time
NCB paid
You
dividends.
wanted to have some dividends.
to throw on it.
Okay. Well,
Mhm.
okay, so you're waiting on a dividend payout from somewhere else.
From somewhere
Dividend
else,
payout.
and
Yeah,
Transamerica made the cut.
Transamerica. If any NCB was 29 now and I get in the Transamerica, I'll just turn it to a dividend. Like
But
next
but but
week,
but
for
but,
example,
but,
I'm
Sebe,
but,
trying
hold
to.
on. Sebe, I am almost 100% sure that you won't do that. I know you won't do that
no, he said
also.
he
Yeah.
wouldn't. He said he wouldn't if it
No,
was at
if it
29.
was at 29
But then
still.
same way what I said earlier.
Yeah.
Why is
No, he
40
said he
not good
would.
enough?
He said he would.
No. He would if it was at 29 still. But I'm looking at the
But
Yeah.
40,
but
and I'm
I know
wondering
that
why
he
40 not
wouldn't.
good.
But I know that he wouldn't.
Why you think I
I don't
wouldn't,
think so either.
Randy?
I don't think he wouldn't. I know for a fact he wouldn't.
Why you think that, Randy?
Because none of the things that you've said that make you put your money into a stock have changed.
Mm-hmm.
What I think you put your money into a stock is that it's a hot stock now.
Mm-hmm. It feels good.
Yeah.
Think
If
you're
you
doing the
listen to our very first
Mm.
earnings season since we came back, I said on it
Yeah.
that in a couple of months you'll hear, or in a month or two you'll hear people very excited once again about Transamerica, and they'll give you all the reasons why they love it.
Mhm.
And I think we went on to talk in between then about why people talk about NCB, and that happened. And
Mhm.
people know right now is the time that I spoke about if you grow worse. I'm talking about no from last year. Like it's a very
Mhm.
predictable time. It's a very predictable thing that has been happening now. In my girl group, Jesus, I've been telling them like they should not be surprised that it hit $4 today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the excitement that we're feeling right now, I can also tell you magically, quote unquote, it's not magic, but I can also tell you magically when it's going to end. It's going to end in about when is the dividend?
Record date.
No, when is it
The
paid? No,
record
man,
date
not
is
even just not
October
Yeah.
3rd.
Okay.
Third?
the
Record
third
date.
of what? October?
Yeah, October.
No, that's the record
That's the record date.
date, I think.
The
Okay,
payment
and
is
the payout date is
24th of October.
November. It done with. No, people like it again in December, and then it will be lame again. It'll be lame again
When they
until
start charging.
charging money.
yeah for the thing, and then it'll be
Because even that,
it'll be lame
even
again until maybe March, April.
Next March.
Yeah, next year
Yeah,
March, April, then it will be
Transamerica
Yeah,
has a
man,
cycle.
fundamentally
March.
strong again.
It has a cycle. Is that a cycle? And
No,
you've noticed the
don't do
cycle.
that. No, don't do that. No,
don't do that.
don't do that. No, don't jump onto. You see what I mean? You will anything I say good about the hot stock now, you will accept and believe because what you really like is the hot stock now. which is why you say, "Oh, boy, I
It's a
wish."
safe set of numbers. Everybody
Yeah,
know it.
man. Yeah,
And
man.
I go out the road and I'm hear everything good about that shop. My God,
Yeah,
safe.
man. In fact, you say that if NCB was at 29, no,
29.
you'd buy it. I know you wouldn't, because when it was at 29, you didn't.
Didn't.
Because you say I expected it to go to 40, and I would have sold it at 29 and rode it all the way up to 40 and then sold it. And you didn't do it because you know you needed some dividend money to throw on it. Where the dividend money coming from? You said Trans Jamaica.
Are you
So you're
boss
telling
anyway?
me
A lot of those things.
you'd have been willing. You're saying that you didn't sell Trans Jamaica to buy NCB because you're waiting on the 3.5%
Some
dividend,
percent.
and
Yeah.
as a
To
result, you
spend it on
you
the
you
NCB.
said no to the 30 odd percent cap gain.
Mm-hmm.
So you said no to 33% profit in order to secure three and a half
Three.
percent profit.
You really wanted 3.5. 30. You wanted your 30% profit to only touch your 3.5% profit. So if you own
Yeah.
100,000 Trans Jamaica, you get 3,000. You get $300. 3,000. You get $3,000, and then you would put that $3,000 on NCB and get 30% on that $3,000. So you have $4,000 now. That was the plan. It's what I say. It's a thing we do. Everybody because it's money. It's really hard to make certain decisions on it. So you start make them whatever. We don't go the full way, and then we kind of tell ourselves a lot of the good things around it. And it's a lot of bias confirmation, heavily.
Yeah.
So when I ask you certain things about Trans America, the things you tell me don't actually turn to the thing you want out of it.
Mhm.
Good liquidity can very well send a stock crashing. So imagine you thinking $10 and everybody in the mob that wants it to be $10 sees opposite, and so someday they make an other decision. Where that liquidity going? They're selling.
Like,
So the
what
things they
is
say is not
liquidity?
necessarily leading to the thing you want.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah. You're
we
saying,
actually, what I wanted to do, figure out, the same thing I said to share earlier around people. It's figure out what you're doing when you go to a stock. Like actually figure it out. Like I'm in Trans Jamaica.
Mhm.
What exactly are you thinking around it? What do I want from this when I put money in it? And then we should really set yourself. Well, you shouldn't even be. You should. There's steps before that, to be honest. But really, should you get money in your hand? What do I want from my money? And if you look at any stock and you have to make a decision, and you look at any stock, that stock you're picking that stock should be based on. Oh yeah, I think I can do that. I think I can do that for my money. Shouldn't be the next way around. So you like Trans Jamaica. You think it's going to 10, but it also sounds very like you sound very apprehensive saying that because you know it's a feeling in a lot of ways. And I
mhm.
even mentioned that everybody else says it, but very quickly, I don't know actually why people not. But if everybody that thought it would go to $10 right now, you think they wouldn't want 25% on their money and buy it at $8 anyway? Why would they stop buying it? But like, why would 4 be at today thing? So I even mentioned the dividend. Say the dividend selling to $4. You think the dividend with the $4? Is a really good dividend coming in 4 months is into 10. It moves from 370 to 4 on a 3% dividend. What kind of dividend are going to send to 10? That's an order of magnitude because 30 cents movement that you see today, based on
Yeah.
based on the whatever.
Mhm.
How
Well,
much
I
should
go
that take
one.
to get 30 cents and $6? What kind of dividend that?
Yeah, I go one step further too.
Mhm.
I go one step further on it, where you don't really, you said the other thing that everybody else says around it, which is what they're going to say in November, December, and they'll say it again next year,
Mm-hmm.
March.
Mhm.
They're going to say the new leg of the highway. You are justifying a $10 share price on the new leg of the highway. The extension of the leg of the highway is going to send it
Yeah, that's a lot more money.
300% higher.
Are they making that much more money from a new leg? extension of our existing leg.
Yeah, like one of the
Exactly.
things,
That's a lot of traffic.
I haven't gone through. Well, we've gone through it in the girl group before, maybe at this point, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I guess I should bring it up again. Maybe at this chill session or maybe next this month's advanced girl, but like in a real way, just help them to map the reality of Trans Jamaica. Um, because the expectation versus reality, like I almost don't want to go into it because I want to do it in the group and not publicly for free. But what I'll say is map that. It's mappable. Map the expectations of the new leg.
Mhm.
It's very,
Yep.
very, very mappable.
They actually
Um,
said it.
of course. And not only this saying, if you know my thing, all right, I don't trust what they say. I don't trust what anybody says really. Check.
And related to that, all right, we'll circle back to it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I think you have a lot of conviction for things. Trans Jamaica is fused, right? And I can ask you real now, when you bought Trans Jamaica, what were you thinking? What is the is it a like? Tell me, what are you thinking in terms of you buy it at a certain price off of a sale? Maybe you buy it more after. Have you bought more stuff off a sale? You say it's only bought stock this year. That's what you're saying, and it's off of a sale.
I had gotten it in December at $4 and some cents in
So
December
you're
last
averaging
year.
down in the off of a sale.
Basically, yeah, that was the
Yeah.
plan, to try to get it
Why?
as cheap.
So and that's the last time you bought it.
Yeah, in March of this year was the last time I bought it.
So you never really thought to yourself to buy it again, like since then, like that. You
So a part of it was that I had too much funds tight. Well, I wanted to diversify, so I wanted to throw some funds elsewhere before I started putting more money into stocks. So that's why I
why?
haven't actually
Cool.
put
Okay.
any fresh capital into the market since then.
That's
So
a unusual problem. Too much.
too much money. And you
Lord,
ain't couldn't buy
please
NCB,
me.
bossy. Boy, because you could have linked something to the NCB. They,
So I
Jaja.
wanted to
they,
diversify, which is why I wanted to use dividends to put into
you must
like
have a
other
lot of money in
opportunities.
Transformaker. For
And-
three point for three
Right?
percent to be that much money.
I never want to load it up either, and about the man money tall.
The
Yeah, I
man
mean,
money
hey,
tall.
that's
Yeah.
what they
Jaja.
listen. This is we are the heroes that our
Man, top
parents
10 man
dreamed
talk
of.
to you know.
I
Man,
said,
top 10 man talk to
we
you.
Yeah,
are heroes.
yeah,
We
man.
are
But I mean, jokes aside, though, chairman.
Full question. That wasn't the full question. What are you thinking of Transformaker there? Is it a
um,
$10 price tag when you were buying that thing? Were you thinking is that $10 by end of year, like you said, or is it that you have a longer timeline, or like what? When you were buying, what were you thinking? If December,
uh,
if the thought was different in December and off of a sale.
the thinking was getting it at $4, close to five,
Hmm.
and doubling the money by the end of this year.
So close to five. So basically, the
If
$10
if
is your
if
is your
if
ticket.
if if it is that they started charging for the new leg within this year, which they
My
have. So
You
my
see, you
brother.
see what you think it does do? You see what you think it does do? You are talking about the stock, but you're not talking about your money. You want your money double by end of year, and your big if is the thing that don't happen yet. It's September now, you know.
yeah, man, we know, man.
So you're fine not making that money if the thing don't happen by end of year.
Yeah,
You know what I tell you?
I'm gonna have
Uh,
a little bit more patience with it.
no, that's not what the thing is
That's not
needed,
that's
my
not the
brother.
lesson.
You can wait on the wrong thing forever, and it won't
Well,
get you where you're going. I'll tell you this. I hate to sound like a broken record. I'm always encouraging people to come to grow. You especially need to come to grow because of some of the things
Yeah,
that you're saying. You have the ideas that are very popular and being nice. This is not on you, but very popular but very inaccurate. And they're the sort of ideas that are said, like I said, are very popular, said all the time.
yeah.
And they're not very no you nowhere. I can't think of anywhere else other than maybe this show or the girl group where you would say
Yeah.
it and somebody would stop you and question you and help to correct you. Everywhere else,
Yeah.
you're going to be applauded, um, You're going to hear the thumbs up. Yeah, man, I love it. One to watch. Trans Jamaica. It's a bit. I know. I'm not sell that
And
stock. Eh.
a big
Crickets.
thing in that is the bias count. You have to think about it. You mentioned that on the other shows you listen to,
Yeah.
everybody else is saying the same thing. That's dangerous in the sense of who going to tell you know if I want to $10 too. We think me so when you so when the person is listening, the person is listening to you in the same way you listen to them. When everybody says $10 around you and you feel good about that, when you say $10 here, that person that said $10 at all time, they're saying, yo, that's good. Okay, so everybody has the same vibes as me. So it must go
Yeah.
$10.
You ever tell the truth? You ever tell the truth? You know, when him say $10, everybody say, yeah, man, $10. It's the stock that I own at $1
Mm-hmm.
or $2 or $3. Somebody saying it's $10. They are 100% correct. It's $10 stock, of course. You know what else I'm saying? As it reach 9, me I sell.
Yeah.
That's what
Me,
they're saying.
I'm not waiting for the
Yeah,
top. I'm
but you
selling what
know,
I can. And
but you know,
you say you buy at 7. It's one of them
but
me
not
buying from.
10, but not 10.
It's one of them me buying from.
Yeah, you buy at 7, but not 10. But I also know truthfully that you wouldn't buy at 7 either.
Unless it's been at 7 and the same confirmation is happening in the same way at 7.
Yeah,
7 sounds good now because it's not happening.
or if it
If it
were
reach
to
7 tomorrow,
spike suddenly, that's the only
if it
way he'd
reach
buy at
7,
7. Yeah,
yeah.
if it were
Which
to
is
spike
also
suddenly.
funny, right? Because
Yeah.
in to me, I say that's the wrong thing. Spike suddenly, and I'm buying that, and boy, that might be a trap. Like, that has happened to people because the thing
Well,
that the movement convince a lot of people that that's the thing to happen. That's the thing.
Which
It's happening
which stock
now.
not to cut you down, but can you pinpoint a stock that happened to you?
To
Where
me,
you just
it never
spike
said to
suddenly
me.
and you
that was
jump
what happened
in?
to me. Where I've seen it happen. Carb cement. When was it? Which year
Woo,
was that?
that's
Like
maybe
2019, 20, but it was
yeah,
$30 I
2020.
believe. 30 or
Yeah.
$50 something, but it spiked to 70.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah. I know it's at
And
90.
I know people that were buying at that time
Yeah, but
because they're
it
saying it
didn't go.
move. It finally moved. It ready.
Yeah, but it didn't go from 70 to 90.
No, it went
It went
down. Then it went back.
it went
It took a while.
from like 30 or 40 up to 100 and odd, and then it came or 90 or whatever
Right
that,
now.
and it came right back down to where it was and it stayed there for a couple of years. Um, there's a thing that if you do grow, I hope you do grow just because of the knowledge you'll get. And
Is
if
there
you,
a
yeah,
charge
it
for
is
growth?
not free, my brother. You hear much millions you say it's not free. I teach it and I need to be paid, of course.
What's
It's
the
not.
The
charge?
million
What's
pay
the charge?
people
Let
them.
the
No
people
man, yeah,
know.
it's a 100 US. It's 100 US for one session. When you're done, I've not heard
Oh.
anybody say it's not worth it.
So how many
Um,
hours? How many hours, Randy?
I don't know. Well, everybody has done it, so you long. I'll be
What is
honest
this
with you.
thing? It's a
It's
What
a
is
it's
24
a
it?
it's
hours?
a one it's a 1 day workshop. But when you're done,
It's
Oh, a workshop.
yeah, man.
So that
yeah,
sounds like maybe 7 hours, 8 hours, man. Surely.
easy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
easily.
Think about it. What is taught at Grow is an understanding of investing, an understanding of the market, an understanding of
Yeah.
the Jamaican market,
Market.
and an
Yeah.
understanding of how to approach it.
Yeah.
If I were pretending that I could teach you that, I can. The truth is, I can teach you that in 10 minutes, but you won't
Yeah.
get it. You won't accept it. You need the base to be able to get the 10 minutes version.
Mhm.
Right.
Um, yeah, it's just one of those things. You have to. You don't have to do it because you don't have to do it, but it works well if you do it,
Yeah.
and you would benefit greatly from it because of some of the things I hear you saying are very popular and very wrong. Very popular and very wrong and very dangerous. It's a great way to get burned anytime everybody's getting burned.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Be careful
Um,
when others are greedy.
yeah,
You
man. I'll
get
tell you one easy thing. I'll tell
right.
you one I'll tell you one little thing from Grow. The second most important thing in investing is being honest with yourself. And I think once you start being more honest with yourself about what you want, it it shifts completely your whole thing. So you see how you tell me about, oh,
Oh yeah.
the balance sheet is strong. Sorry, Shay, I feel like we're talking about it, and I know a lot of these things you know too. So please go through.
Oh yeah. Uh, you're absolutely right. The mindset is half the battle, probably three quarters of the battle.
Yeah.
And what I like about grower, which is missing from a lot of courses, I don't even mean locally. I mean just generally when people do courses about investment and stocks and all that, a lot of
Hmm.
it is not about mindset really, or learning how to think,
Mm.
because grow focuses a lot on, all right, all of that what you can read in the books, great, wonderful, you can go and get all of that in all kinds of books,
Yeah, man. You can
but
ask ChatGPT.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So it's not that, it's about what's the thinking that's going to make you money, what's the way of thinking about stocks and about the market and about investing
Any
that's going
investment,
to
yeah.
actually make you money.
Hmm.
Because Randy
Like
could come here and say a stock is this, and this is,
Oh God, man.
diversifying all. He knows all the buzzwords, and they all sound great.
Yo, listen, every day I'm
he
at
makes it
war
sound
with
easy.
myself about no, you're not a good businessman because you could just say the rubbish that
Say the
everybody.
same thing everybody else say.
Ju-
Tell the lie then
I,
everybody else tell.
Exactly.
I didn't want to say that
Exactly.
because I said rubbish, but you guys don't have the business I have. But yeah, I could just say the same things everybody else say. I could just say, listen, if you know the
The
stuff you hear,
buzzwords.
we are talking about, oh
We
God, man, I could hit you with
we know the lies,
buzzwords
bro.
and
We know
say
the lies
Trans
of the
Jamaica for
industry.
the whole of the last month. And then, oh, it's so great, Trans Jamaica. But you hear, listen to what I said earlier. Trans Jamaica is going to be hot
Mm-hmm.
now. It's going to be hot in November, December. It's going to be hot again. Well,
Mm-hmm.
the December quarter, February is going to be hot in March, and it's going to be hot in March. It's going to be hot because they'll be telling you it's the first time we've seen what the leg look like, the new leg, and it's going to be hot in March because they're also going to declare the dividend then, and it's going to be hot again in well, that dividend will have a little bit of heat to it, and it's going to be hot again in May because that will be
September,
the
August,
first. No
September.
man, you get a little spike
Oh
in
yeah.
May because that'll be the first time we get in a full quarter of what the new leg
Yes.
looks like, right? And it's going to be hot again in September, and
Mm-hmm.
it might have a little heat somewhere between that if there is some announcement around like I don't know, St. Thomas bypass or maybe it's a predictable thing and you can be sold on it. And I don't love my bank account enough because I should sell people and things like that more, but I don't. I actually teach you how to learn it, how to be able to do this without me telling you. But
Yep.
mindset, like Shay was saying, 85, maybe 90% of it is a mindset. Sorry, Shay, but that was bubbling in me. I
No,
forget
no,
to,
no, no,
yeah.
no. Oh, definitely. So it, so you have the pieces, Chairman. I love that you have a lot of the pieces. Like Randy was saying, you have a lot of the pieces. But grower is about how do you put these pieces together to make it profitable? Because
Hmm.
a lot of people can get the pieces and don't know what to do with the pieces. Information is only useful if you know what to do with it.
Mm.
And there's so much information that's available that unless you know how to use the information, it doesn't even matter that you have all this information.
Yeah, man. And the danger with that now is that you have the information and somebody else says the information that you have, and both of you bounce like a confirmation off each other. Oh, new leg, yeah, the new leg. They're gonna start charging for the toll. Yeah, they've been wasting their time on that. Yeah, they should have been charging on the toll. The revenue must go up, of course. The T tag is good. New leg, the toll. Hey, let me tell you. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna give you another little truism from the core group. Truism. It's not true. It's a truism. It's a rule of thumb. If a company has more than 1 billion units in total in like their shares, it's not the retail that's really moving that share price.
No.
Yeah, it's not really the retail. I don't know if you understand what that means, Chairman, and I'm sure like in a couple of places that people tell you things. It is a good color in those groups, but it's not the retail that's moving it. And you know how you know it's not the retail moving it? Would you buy Transjamaica at $10 per share right now? Chairman, that's you, unmute and tell me, would you actually buy Transjamaica at $10 per share now?
Not today,
Why not today?
because certain developments have taken place with the company that I'm looking for at this
Like what?
in terms of the certain revenues um, that I'm looking for in terms of revenue growth.
Revenue growth. What kind of revenue growth are you looking for?
So for me,
10x.
no man, not 10x man. So I'm looking for another 3 quarters of solid revenue growth, and I'm also looking for them to start charging for the new leg of the tour. I know
Hold on,
basically,
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's break those down. Because Transjamaica again is the most popular stock in the country.
yeah,
So everybody benefits when we break this down.
yeah.
Let's do the first point. You say you're looking for, I ask you how much revenue, I ask you an amount, a dollar figure, and you answer in time.
Mhm.
You're like a light year. What's the actual, you can give in percentages. What kind of revenue growth percentage are you looking for?
Let me see. So they had done. Let me see.
You're supposed to
I'm
know, man,
gonna,
because you have that
A
in
year
mind as
stock,
your buy point.
but you buy it, yeah.
no man, I'm gonna have to go back look at numbers because it's not something I'm looking at every day.
No, I get you, but okay, you don't have to do the exact number. This is not that kind of show. I just generally what kind of percentage increase you're looking for in revenue for you to buy it
So
at 10.
so if I'm seeing per quarter, if I'm seeing an average 20% each quarter, then yeah,
Mm. So if they show you 3 solid quarters of 20% increase, that's
each
a
yeah
sign for you.
at 10, yes. And
Ah,
coupled with the new leg of the highway in there, yeah.
yeah, man. No,
It's,
all the buzzwords. Um, the fourth quarter of 2024, the revenue growth was 11%. Why are you
yeah.
wait, hold on. Why are you looking at revenue growth?
Revenue. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is your point to jump in revenue growth?
Because with revenue growing, um, it also helps to streamline in terms of the profit growing as well. Because
Not
the
always.
company,
No, 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 no.
Some revenue can come with more expenses than you started. Say you might get more revenue and end up with less profit.
Tropical
Mm-hmm.
Battery has over the
Here we go
last
there.
yeah, over the last
Talk of them
year,
immediately though.
yeah, how much Tropical has grown their revenue? Tropical has grown their revenue. I want to say, yeah, look at that revenue growth. Tropical moved their revenue from 2.8 billion to
Wow.
5.7 billion.
Mhm.
That's a buy sign then,
Amazing.
right?
they just probably double it.
Hmm. Close
But
to.
They,
where are their profits though?
No, but you never mentioned. That's
That's the
why I
matter.
wondered why you never mentioned profits. You never mentioned
Yeah,
profits at all. You spoke about revenue.
you said you
Yeah,
buy
but
on the
then we're
revenue.
talking about about tropical now.
Yes, I'm
So
saying
wait
yeah.
there. Profit is important for every company.
Yeah, man, it is.
So why
You
is it,
said
why are you caring about the profit for Tropical, but not the profit for Transjamaica? And just to
No
answer
man,
that question for anybody
no,
listening, Tropical
no,
Batteries profit currently is negative 134 million.
no, man, I care about the profits of Jamaica too. And I'd
But
mentioned
your
in previous.
but
but
you say
your
you're
buy
buying on top.
sign, your buy
You
sign
said your
is
is
revenue,
revenue.
Hmm. Yeah,
not
man.
profits.
Sorry. My apologies. I should have mentioned profits as well
All
just
right.
now.
So which one is more important for you to buy?
So for me,
Transjamaica.
for me, equal the revenues and profits.
Equal. You're 50-50.
Yeah. No,
You
So
never
if they
yeah,
mention
man.
so if they
Because
raise if they raise
mhm.
profits and don't raise revenues,
you're not
it's
buy.
not good enough.
If the revenues are increased at 20% each quarter, as I was saying, for 3 quarters, and
Hmm.
the profits are increased in not necessarily similar, percentage, but close enough, then
Mhm.
yeah. I should have
Then
mentioned that.
suppose the profit increase, but the revenue don't increase.
Mm-hmm. How you
Revenue.
feel?
Due to the efficiency that you spoke of earlier, the digitizing
So
stuff
no,
and
no
Never
more
remember
revenue,
making
that.
it
same
Never
revenue,
remember
easier.
that.
same revenue, but profit go up 20%.
It's possible.
No. We're not asking
No,
if it's possible. If
possible
it
or
were
not?
to happen, would that be a buy sign for you?
Yeah.
Ah, stick a pin on that one. Stick a pin on that
That's
Why?
how
one.
I know you wouldn't buy
Uh,
Transjamaica at $10.
Same.
That's how I know you wouldn't buy it at $10. And don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. It's the most popular stock in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And it's the most hyped and vibe-filled stock in Jamaica. And I am against none of those things. But a shrewd investor needs to be able to
No, what
identify,
I identified.
yeah, man. I know when the vibe is going away. You know, like you're at the party, say, yeah, time to leave.
The vibes kind of they don't know, and
What you're
these
telling
these
me
guys.
is like you are like the DJ at the back, and yo, him soon go up go play, and you talk and you hype. But I've heard you mix before. Is that I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I go home early tonight. Because it's not that what you're saying is wrong, that you don't have the hit records. It's just that you don't have the right mix, the right vibe. Just to show you the points we are talking about earlier, the same revenue thing. Revenue for the first quarter this year for Trans Jamaica up 11.2%. Revenue for the second quarter up 15%.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to jump back to 4 quarters like you requested, right?
Mm.
Again, shout out to My Money J. You can see it on screen. I'd encourage everybody to have a My Money J account. They can see it also. In the first quarter of last year, My Money J, I wish. In the first quarter of last year, Trans Jamaica brought in 6.9, almost 7 million in profits. It was an increase of 38%. In the second quarter, it was an increase of 16%. In the third quarter, it was an increase of 24%. In the fourth quarter, it was an increase of 43%. Then you move into 2025. And in
Yeah.
2025, the first quarter was an increase of 31%. How much quarters are gone so far?
Sounds like 4 to me.
Yeah, this make 5, because in the first quarter 2025, an increase of 31% in profits. We're now up to 9 million US in profit in the first quarter,
Yeah.
right? And in the second quarter, which is the quarter that was most recently reported, they're up again by 24% in the second quarter.
Yeah.
So the thing that you've been talking about that would be a sign for you to buy has been happening. Why haven't you bought more?
Diversify. I mean, you already gave the answer.
Well, I know I hear the answer, but I want him to think it through. And again, it's not just you, Chairman. It's the most popular stock in Jamaica. So the most people are in the market are touching the stock, and the majority of them, in my view, have your view. It's not a wrong view, it's not a bad view, but a shrewd investor needs to know that that is the view. That there isn't more than good, like there's something else that is strongly driving the moves in the Trans Jamaica stock, and there's something else that's strongly driving your confidence
Mm-hmm.
in the Trans Jamaica stock. And it's
Mm-hmm.
not the new leg of the highway, it's not the T tag, it's something else. It's not the dividend even. If you listen to last week's episode, we touched on it a couple of times. Dividends have great PR. They're like a MP. They have great PR, but they're not necessarily all that
But
great
not
all
fix
the
the
time,
road.
right? Right? Yeah. Right? I'm holding my tongue. I don't want to say shout out to. Anyway. I really don't want to get trouble, but I won't. But Chairman, I want you to think about that. If nothing else, I want you to grow up, but if you don't grow, I want you to think about that. Just be
Hmm?
honest with yourself about the thing. Because
It,
everybody else that owns this stock is thinking like you. And I assure you, you see how you won't really buy it at 10? Them not buy it at
them
10
neither.
either.
You see that 7 either say? Them neither. In
Them
fact,
not
I
buy it at
know what
7 either.
happens. You
Yeah.
you think people seeing it at 4 right now saying it's at 4 is a good time to buy? Or are they saying I missed the 370 I did it for months now?
Yeah, man. I wish I did buy it when it
Because
was
if me
370.
didn't know,
Can't bother buy it
that's why I kept
again.
emphasizing the before the fact situation. It's always because when you tell me $40 for NCB, that's rough. Like it feels magical that NCB is at $40 right now, and your sale price was $40. And then the things, all the things before it hit 29, so you say you heard Shay talk about it at 29, and that's the key for you to say, I want to buy it at 29 to buy it to sell it at 40. But then you tell me the reasons why 29 is a good price, and they have nothing to do. Why you tell me your thoughts around NCB? But you never mentioned Shea at all. And you say that you mentioned things that have been true for it for this whole time. When it was at 60 earlier this year, the thing you said was the reason why it's a good stock and all of that. That was true at 60. Still strong company, undervalued, and all those nice things. Still true at 60. But you weren't looking at 60 and saying it's going to 100. Why? Why when Shay said it to you, certain things click for you, and you have to really examine the reality of the boy. I would have bought at 29. Why? And if you tell yourself the same reason you tell me, then you really have to get up and say to yourself, why didn't I buy? Why am I not buying it now? Because if 29 to 40 happened on the basis of strong company with good revenues and good profits, and 40 to 60 must happen to then, right? In 3 months, as you say. Or why, if it happened, you even mentioned something earlier, if it happened before 3 months, 29 to 40 happened before 3 months, why 40 not good now? And I'm not saying 40 is good for anybody. I just wanted to examine the idea that you present and see if it really match reality and your decisions around your money. Because I think you're in a dangerous place without the ideology you have. And I want to do, in some ways, it's lucky for you that you're at Trans-Jamaica at close to the price where everybody buys it, to the price where it sits, even at a profit for you now. That's good for you in a lot of ways because you're not in the opposite direction thinking this. You didn't buy it. You never buy it at 5 or you never buy it at the peak and then hoping for the 10.
But he
That
was
can
buying at 4, me said.
I was going to say that next. But the good thing you average down, right? But at
So
the end of
what's
the
your
day,
average
what's
purchase
your
price?
thoughts?
Chairman, that's the, you have to unmute.
Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't. So rephrase the question.
Yeah, I
She's
was
saying, what's your
wondering
average
what's your average
price?
price? Your average.
So which trends Jamaica last December. I got it at what, $4.78, $4.50, $4 and some
No,
change, like
Trans
$4.
Jamaica.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. It wasn't
You
August at the
bought
time.
Trans Jamaica at $4.
And 78 cents.
Okay.
Got it at like $4.50, $4.20, $4 and like 19 cents, 18 cents, 17 cents. And then the offer for sale came in March of this year, and I got it for $3.60. I haven't
So you're
bought
still in the
since then.
force. It's on. Did you buy a substantial amount compared to how much you had previously?
So I can tell you in March I only got like 21,000 units in March. I
And how
got
much you say you
more
had
in
before that?
December. I won't say the exact amount I got in December, but I got more in
Yeah, you
December.
don't have to tell me. I just want to know. I just want to know the relative to it. If it's a lot more you had then
Mm,
versus in there, was it a lot more you had than the 21,000, or 21,000
Right.
making most of the amount you had? Oh, so
No, no,
you say you
I
really
have
have
more
average
than
on
the
a lot then.
21,000. Yeah.
So you have average on a lot then,
All right.
basically. So you're still in the
Chairman,
fours or
I'm
close
not
to it.
going to allow Randy to say it.
Yeah, man, I'm
I'm
still
going
in
to
the
say it
fours in
for
terms of
Randy.
the average. Yeah.
Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Come to grow.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let Randy say it. I'm going to
Well,
say
thank
it.
you. Yeah.
Then they already said.
I want you to make you treat your money better. Cause yeah, I want better for your money.
Yeah. You're also in
And
a
you have a lot of
dangerous,
the
you're in the
pieces.
most dangerous stock. Yeah.
Yeah. You have a lot of the pieces, but um the ways that you're putting the pieces together, I'm hearing you miss some great opportunities, and I'm hearing you kind of unsure about things that you should be sure about. And I just I would like you to get better at putting the pieces that you have together.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
also you keep on top of, I can tell you keep on top of the market. So I like that. I respect that. I want
Mm-hmm.
to hear.
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing the kind of investor you'll become when you get those skills up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, right now the vibe
I think
rolling
you're floating on
is,
vibes,
yeah,
my strongest hope that you realize it.
yeah,
Because you can tell, boy, them wrong. I know what I'm talking about. And that's fine.
straight up.
But it's, I
Oh,
can only say
and
what I
believe
say. So
me,
it's
like
up to you after
Trans
that.
Jamaica can go higher, might go higher
Mm-hmm.
in short order, but
You,
um
you you want to you want to believe
Trans
that it will.
Jamaica is a Trans Jamaica is a very good stock for accidental profit.
Mm-hmm. Right
Yeah.
now,
A
here
very,
we are.
very good one. Very good one.
And think about it. Think about
Right.
what he said earlier, Shay, that I just need a little bit more patience. That's why it's so dangerous for patience, because
Mm-hmm.
patience really mean put out of your
Yeah, and that's
mind,
the
don't
thing,
feel
cause
bad, you don't take on, and then it goes so every
yeah.
4 to 5 months, something else happens to make it a nice vibe again, and
Mm-hmm.
there's a dividend coming. So okay, I'm not gonna sell now. Unless such parties choose to do it, this thing is gonna stay between the
Mm-hmm.
360 and the 420 for maybe the next 3 years, easy.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And you're going to have a whole heap of people who
Yep.
just being patient, and then you're gonna look back and before you know it, it's 2 years past, and I could
I
have made so
remember
much
when
money
people were
anywhere
patient
else.
around the IPO. It
Very,
was supposed to be this big deal because remember Wigton was so good to so much people. So Transformaker was the obvious next big government move that everybody would jump in on, and it must fly. And I remember that patience that people had, and it never sound happy. It was it's the same kind of thought process. It's not based on
mhm.
I think XYZ is happening. I've checked that it is happening, and I believe and the kind of movements I expect from these kind of things are justified because I know how this kind of thing move in the market. It's after the Transformaker must because it's a good thing that whatever this thing good about it. The government rolling, no man. It was all those good things,
Not only that,
but
remember, so them
then
open a new leg maybe a couple
yes,
years ago too.
but it was all those things. I'm still vexed because it now move. So when it finally move, and here it born again. Same thing now, different leg of the highway.
Yo, the people that bought in and maybe bought in heavily and deliberate, well, whether you deliberately held or accidentally held, the people who held it from the 140 days, the
When it was
144
below
days.
that, remember it fall, it drops in the ground.
Yeah, but I just thinking about even just those people know.
121.
That's like
Exactly.
16 or 17%
Mm-hmm.
yield on the dividend now.
Confirmed again. They were patient and they were paid. But they're
Beautiful.
not looking at the fact that when they went in, they had really strong different ideas of what the money should be doing while it's in there. And like patience, little more patience isn't bad, but you need a context. You need when you tell me say by
Yeah.
end of year you want to double
Mm-hmm.
your money, and you chose Trans Jamaica and all these things. So yeah, of course it must be $10 for you to double that you want, but you buy at 7. So even then you see that not really. I don't know if you buy at 7 and sell at 10, that's not the doubling you're looking for. Um, but when you make all the decisions and whatever, I say September no. So your 3 month window, which is why I said 3 months, it'll go, it go to 10, right? As you said. But if it doesn't, and it doesn't work out, what happens then? What are you then saying? Okay, I'm sticking around. The thing don't happen in whatever time, and I'm sticking around just because it will hit 10 eventually. What exactly happens there? Is that problem? You keep having that problem, and the patience thing. Just I'm being patient, waiting for it. That's not you making a real decision. That's you making a decision. Is that decision you think you're making? You're not buying in. You're just okay. Anything, I'm there for it.
Just avoidance.
Yeah, it's avoidance. Yeah.
You're
So if you
avoiding
really want
dealing
to do
with
the
the
thing you
real
say with the
issue
money, you have to.
of, yeah, my money not going double like how I did want it.
Okay, what's the next step? When I want it double by, when I want, or maybe even lower the thing, whatever it is, whatever decision you make at that point with the money you have at the end of the year, if it hasn't doubled yet, then you have to really set up and say, all right, guess why it happened? And one of the most uncomfortable things is saying, all right, I want it double. It don't double by the end of the year. I'm going to give it, so I need it to do 30% in 6 months. You know, most people at that point, even when they then make the decision around, okay, I never hit the goal with this stock I had. I give myself more time and I set a new goal out. You know what the most people do? They hold the same stock.
Yeah.
It's not that they say, okay, I'm going to look at the things that going to look at the whole market again and make a reevaluation, and maybe it might not be this. I'm going to look at this stock. I'm not going to even take a new look at this stock and say, can it do the thing that I want? It's just okay. I'm already here, and I hope it does this thing. That the new thing I wanted to do. What I really do. The real thing is, I just hope that if I wait a bit more time, I'll get some payoff on this thing I've already been doing. When people say mindset and psychology, whatever, is the real thing of investing, they're not wrong. That's everything. Yeah, you put yourself in
Yeah.
so much pitfalls outside of it becomes so much more than will this stock move for other people. We stock me can double. Them say them thing there, but then when they go to the fine, do whatever, then everything else comes into play. That's lead them astray from what they're looking for.
Yeah. And this one, the most vibe filled cost security on the market, transfer maker, is you'll have the most people agreeing with it that yeah man, something good is coming, and they can see the highway. It's a great thing. It will turn business. It will continue to pay dividends unless there's a little hiccup with the other side. It will.
You're right. Everybody forgets those Buffettisms. The fear of when others are greedy. It's never spoken of when I'm agreeing with the greed.
Yeah.
It's always okay. I don't like that the stock is moving, or I don't think everybody should be looking at the stock in a good way. Fearful when others are greedy, but when you're greedy with them and everybody love transfer make and we buy, we're not going to stop buying because dividends that I don't know the yield and I don't know how much money you're making and I hope it make XYZ. You don't feel greedy when everybody else saying, you don't feel like one of the greedy ones when everybody else is saying, oh yeah man, me too. That's the greed.
Yeah.
That's the greed. When you hear this, in fact the funny thing is when you hear a small amount of people looking at something, probably want to hear you probably should read. One of the biggest things to me is when a client says something. Especially in our case, like a client that thing there that I know that they're doing on a strong path by themselves. So they want to make a lot of decisions by themselves. They want to, the trading and whatever. So they build themselves as an investor. And they tell me they did something that I wasn't hearing anybody else talk about. I never open a group and hear somebody say, oh, I'm doing this. Or it was a very small amount of people say them do it. It's always a big thing to me because a big thing about it. Sometimes they said before that they did it, that they were going to do it. But yesterday, one of our newer investor, she's learning and she's doing her thing and she big trade in my mind. She has a lot of good ideas around it. You probably know what I'm talking about. But she told me she do some couple flips on this stock over the last couple months.
On
And
what? Transfer maker?
No, not Jamaica.
Oh.
Another stock. Nobody to me, I haven't heard anybody say them flipping this thing. but she tell me that she flip it for the last 2 or 3 months and she make her 5% and go. And she could have made more, but she learning and she testing her thing and she going hard.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking now. Yeah.
And
But
she
she's
said, when she told
bad.
me talk, I was like, which
I
stock?
don't know.
Is
I
it
don't
that
know if
stock?
she knows how bad she is.
She doesn't.
I know she knows
know
what
how
she
it is
is.
because it keeps her in her learning phase. It keeps
Yeah,
her trying
yeah.
everything. So even when she does something, she does it for less than she knows she could go for. But of course, when she go for it, it's to what she wanted anyway. So it's fine. Sometimes she go for more with it, but that little, I'm looking, but I'm not necessarily looking where everybody else is. She's never mentioned Transfer Maker to me in that way, as in the way everybody thinks. Of course, but she talked about the profit, the predictable profit that we see in now even from
Transmaker.
Transfer Maker.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
it was never anything. It was never the thing there, the other thing. But when she said she's doing that, I say, yeah, that's fearful and others are greedy. The people here saying that very often, they're talking about a small group of people, and it's funny to me that it's not a lot of people doing this thing. So why are you acting like it's that? But in the cases where and trust me, this is not the first time we've seen this kind of low for a stock. If it is, we never seen, sure, but we never see. It's not the first time I've seen a lot of the market just jump onto this stock and a stock, and then everybody else has a good thing, and then nothing happens.
Oh no, yeah. Because no, this
Or when something happens, it's not
yeah.
necessarily to the degree of the way they speak about it.
Because what's left out of the conversation also is uncomfortable bits. A bit like how we're touching on now, where like even nobody wants to talk about. Even girl group. Sometimes I ask and nobody will say. Like, when I ask about transgender, I said, "What do you think is responsible for moving transgender from 2 to 3?" Because that's a 50% jump.
Mm-hmm.
And if you looked at how that jump happened, there would be 20 million shares traded at $2.30. And then 2 hours later, there'd be 30 million traded at $2.50. And I say, yo, let's just stop. Let's step back from the market and just use reality. Let's use common sense. This is Jamaica. If you can spend 60 million, you don't have to be buying it in the queue like everybody else. You're calling your broker and they're calling other people. They're making a couple of calls, them talking to the pensions.
But make sure you get a good price.
And then it's coming across. Yeah. And if you did that at 11 o'clock, you think at 1 o'clock, you go, oh, let's do it again, but for 60. And then tomorrow, I'm going to do it 3 times at 3 increasingly higher prices. And then Friday, I'm going to do it again at 100 million units at 30% higher than I could have done 2 days before. And you said, yeah, man, it's the highway. This has almost nothing to do with the high. Well, let me
Look
not
at the
say that.
money.
Let me not
That's the
say
thing.
that.
Who has
The
that
truth is,
money?
Randy, to
Who-
me, the thing is, it has a lot to do with it. Not
I
in the
shouldn't
way
say
you
it doesn't,
think.
because the core value, to its credit, the core
That's
value
the thing.
is the
But the
highway,
person
and
doing
it
that
is a
thing,
good thing, yeah.
the person doing those trades, again, check it very often.
The
The
boss,
same,
the
the same,
boss say,
but check out often. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the next side, the retail people. You hear everybody love it and whatever. And you talk to them and they realize, oh, everybody say, oh, everybody will buy it and it'll send it up. When you check it and none of us have bought in a while. So who then? I don't know anybody that's buying it, but everybody will buy it. What you mean? Me buy it at $2, I'm good. I buy it before the dividend, I'm good. I buy it at $3,
yeah,
I'm good. You buy nonsense? No, I'm good, my dividend, I'm good. So who will buy?
but I know
If
what am I
most people
buy,
in the room not buying, but everybody else in the room convinced that everybody else in the room buying. Why? That's the kind of thing you have to really look on. And it's not that boy profit isn't to be found there sometimes in those but you really have to clamp down and say, all right, cool, what's going on here? And what do I think is happening? And yeah, and again, very often you have to shut up what everybody else said. It's even good to just have your own thoughts around it before you address everybody else's thoughts and prove yourself
yeah,
wrong or right as you need to.
yeah. Somebody waited until the last 23 seconds of the trading day today because they needed to. They couldn't. That's the only time they could have bought 4.5 million units at $4.
The $4.
I'm sure that's retail. 17.5 million spent. I'm sure that's retail, right?
Chairman, you know, him not tell me say I didn't spend the money. That's a matter with the
Man,
dividend.
money up, man. I knock a dividend off of that. Why not?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So again, Chairman, I don't want you to take this roughly. I don't want you to take it hard. It's hard questions that nobody else asks that need to be asked. And again, we can
Mhm.
go the nice route and not do this. Of course, strong balance
I mean,
sheet,
it's
new
actually very
leg,
easy to do that. It's very easy
Tita,
because
yeah, man.
I don't deal people disgruntlement around the things I say when I just cool, yeah, man, you're right, man.
Yeah, but it's a better path for these questions to be asked, and I really hope we see that grow.
Yeah, because serious
Um,
business, money, you know.
yeah, yeah, and even if you
You
don't grow, sorry to cut you tonight, but even if you don't grow, at least ask yourself, and not just you, anybody listening to this, because again, it is the most popular stock in Jamaica. It is the most traded stock in Jamaica. Yeah, by volume, value, and actual trades, and everybody. That means that the most people on the market face the vagaries of this stock, which means that there's a huge possibility of disappointment being built into it. When I hear $10, like, where did that come from?
How?
I mean, he said again. First thing I asked, the chairman said, everybody else said so. That's a talk in the market.
$10.
Yeah.
And the wild thing is, I mean, I think you could make the argument for it being
That's the thing. That's usually the problem.
maybe, I don't know if 10, but you can make. I mean, oh well, actually 10. Yeah, why not? It could be 10.
That's the problem generally. Of course, you can make the. Think
A
about all
PE,
other times when
mid-20s.
NCB was 200, it's
Mhm.
undervalued based on the numbers. It can go to 3. It's not done here. 500 is not in here. Remember, we heard a lot of those things, you know.
Mhm.
It just never
Yeah, like I
happened.
said,
Why?
like I
What are the
said.
things that were to allow things to happen? What
Mhm.
are the true factors around this thing? I've asked them question because when everybody was loving NC, is people that disappointed the NC because it's somebody else whose money, you know.
Yeah.
Them not vex for leeching. Them vex for I believe all of these things because everybody else. NCB was the thing. It wasn't just retail. NCB was the what's a nice way to say?
Mhm.
Always a hot girl in the street. What's a nice way to say? When I say everybody favorite stock.
It
It
was
had
yeah, it
love
was
to
love.
everybody favorite
Yeah.
stock.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. It
Yeah.
was. And
Yep.
everybody, you could talk to everybody in them cousins and they tell you the same thing. Listing on the NASDAQ, strong balance sheet,
Mm-hmm.
pays
Mhm.
dividends, and they
Dividends.
weren't wrong.
They weren't
It's
wrong.
just they also weren't right. That's not what's responsible for the share price. And
Mm-hmm.
when you come up against that reality, if you don't know how to work your way through the noise to the reality, you face the problems that everybody else faces and the noise faces. And then for me, why I care personally about it, I don't want people to get bitter at the market because you made a bad decision. And it's easier to, I mean, am I going to blame myself or am I going to blame
Well, that's
everybody
what I said.
else?
Hey, Maggie, that's one of the lies that I said. It's easy to sell. And we could come up here every week and say, and we get the view that people would believe us and agree with us when we say,
Yeah, man.
oh, your thing never work out, the market is bad.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
talked
yeah.
about this stock, that biggest challenge, you know, the reality that, the thing was not working out how we wanted, do it in something else. It's not, if we just say the market is bad for every single thing, good content, we don't have to think about it. We just come here and say
People
the same
love
thing
it,
every week
man.
and
People
go about
love it.
business.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, they'll say, oh yeah, those guys are into that, agree and love it and go about business. And
Yeah, man. But then people would, you know what else would happen? People would, well, I guess people do that also. They think that we're us talking about it. Like, I don't think that's what chairman wanted to do. I hope that's not what he wanted. He didn't just want to get us talking about the hot stock. But they think that if we talk about it, then when they talk about my stock and then the price will go up. Because talk about Brick Talk, the price will go up. Brick Talk does not have the power to move Trans Jamaica.
yeah. We've been talking about trying to make up for weeks against our
Yeah,
will sometimes.
yeah, no, Trans
It
Jamaica
not
is not the
reached 10
one.
yet.
Yeah. Yo, big up, Chairman. And I want you to stay on. I like the conversation. I like the point you
Yeah.
brought up. I really want you to grow. If you want, you can DM me. I'll throw in a nice get discount because I really want you to grow. I really want you to get this knowledge. Um, and also, I do also want other people to talk. I don't feel like we've heard enough of Shay. Shay, I feel like, yo, you have to show it out sometime. And me and then I chat nothing. You have to show it out sometime. And I do
You guys
also
are
want us
handling
to,
it very well.
yeah, but you're there for a reason because also like the psychological stuff. And
Yes.
also as a newer investor, I know you know this stuff closer to your heart. And maybe old man Dana and I remember. However,
The
I do.
chairman,
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
chairman, and a lot of people who invest or who are listening, um, just questions are very uncomfortable for a lot of people. In terms of our culture, questions upset us. Like
Mm-hmm.
it takes
True.
nothing. If somebody asks you three question in succession, where you ask me so much question for? That's where you go. We get really weird about questions. But I
That's true.
want you to take the questions and play it all the way out.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of the biggest mistakes we make, myself as well, is not playing it all the way out to the end. To the end of my play, I have an idea. I say, yeah, this look like it can work, but I don't play it out all the way to the end to say, this is the entire play. This is the entire plan.
Mm-hmm.
I kind
One of
of
the best
have an
things Randy do
idea
for
and
me
we
over
just
the
run with the
years.
idea and figure it out along the way or something. But it's best to ask the difficult questions and play it all the way out until you get the answers to the
Mm-hmm.
questions.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I said one
it's
of the
not
best things Randy
it's
do for me over the
yeah,
years
man.
was
Yeah,
that.
definitely.
I bring a stock to him, we're talking about it, and him ask me a question, and so I'm
I
about to
tell you
do
a
that, you know.
wicked thing. The wickedest thing is
Yeah.
I how I learned that lesson from Randy is it was COVID, right? And everybody knows that tourism mash up and thing. And I have a
Mm-hmm.
friend who work in um one of the biggest tourism players, and him link me and say, "Yo, thing a start up back, thing and me go and I grew and say, yo, my brethren say, what we say, CPJ probably." And Randy say, "Oh, you reach there, so oh, you
Yeah.
reach there, so." Like,
Yeah.
okay, so he says the numbers are going up in terms of arrival, but oh, you reach from this or to yeah, man, by CPJ. Oh, like
Yeah.
w- how you reach there?
And all if
And
you're
in
right,
my head, I'm
you
like,
stop
where
and say,
Randy asked
wait
me,
there,
say,
wait
Yo,
there.
not all if you're right, Especially if you're right.
You say
I
that?
realize,
You say that?
yeah, especially if you're right, because yo, here's what I know. Which you guys, at least I know Dana and Shay and a couple of others also already know now. Forget the niceness of how it feel when you put your money in something, it go up and you get the money out.
mm,
You see the understanding, you see the feeling when you're sure about something. You connect the dots, you're sure about it. You put the money behind it and it worked how you thought it would. The thing that you wanted to happen happened and the share price don't move.
Mm-hmm.
I hold on, and you wait because it's a big bet you're making, and you wait.
yeah, man.
Look at just get a little time. People soon realize, man. And then the headlines get written and people really realize, and then nothing.
Not too late.
And then time will come and boy, I need the money now and nothing. And yeah, but I wait a whole out a little longer and nothing. And then a couple more quarters and the thing, but people now see nothing. And then you
Be
end up
patient, man.
actually have to have the money a little more patience. You look like yo, it's a year now, man. I said that I'm actually need the money. So now I end up have to sell at a loss in a situation where I got it right. You see when the pain that is hitting your pocket,
The market wrong, bro.
it is you can say the market is wrong,
That's all it.
or you can pause and go, yo, where did I get it wrong?
Yeah, what was I wrong? What was I wrong about the market?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. And that is the if I can identify one thing that has been like the biggest shift up for me, like just like why? And when I get it right, why?
Also,
And once I started doing that, it make a world of difference. Like the market became easy. And I say, yo, maybe I'm wrong. So let me find out. Let me see if I can teach other people too. Because if I'm right, I suppose if I'm right, it's not me alone, it's not magic, I'm not special. I can teach other people. So let me teach other people. And so I try. And then I see them start getting to, and you go through the same things. And it's weird, it's hard, it's difficult, it's annoying. Because like she says, questions, it's uncomfortable questions. When yo, just you know, you say the thing must happen. I see them there the bank, I hear them talk about the check. And them I say billion a big yo, I see the man leeching himself at the bank. I do it, you know, you don't know how much money them are there. What you question me for? And I'm like, yo, that sounds good, but the why is important because if you are right and wrong, if you're right but not in a way that matters to the share price, you might be
How
throwing
often
a
happen
lot
to
of
us?
money thing.
Raman come with the scoop, him witness something, and that
Mm.
must mean said that's
What
the thing there. And it's funny thing, I think they don't realize when they do it to us. When they come to us, they will also tell us that okay, the thing you're hearing, yeah, that's how we make us money. But they've already in a strong way they decided that it's gonna make them the money. So when we say when we just ask a question about it, because we know the small thing that the thing you just told us about, it was not enough confirmation for thing there. So we want some details.
exactly.
And we align it with the things we already know about the thing. So we tell, and very often they don't know the things we know about the thing. So they will tell about that thing that happened, the other thing that you don't know happened, and it's conflicting with it. You know, just questioning very quickly is, and it kind of come to you if you tell me something right, you know. But no, you sound
Yeah.
like you're not.
Like you now
Why?
work
No, we
with
are
me.
arguing. I'm gonna argue now, cause you really
Yeah.
want it to be right.
Yeah.
You say the feeling you get when you figure it out. I cut off there, so. See that feeling when you figure it out, when you feel you figure it out. See, if you don't figure it out, but you already tell yourself, say, people do I think where they reach to that point very early. I hear the good things about this, and it's enough. I've decided. I want to make this thing easy. I'm gonna buy this stock. It's great. I figured it out. It must move. Continue. But then, right then I go ask him certain question about it. She said, "But then are you?" And but I already decided. So you can't really question me at this point because that means the $2 million put in on for the play that need to happen. I finally figure out where it's going to go, and you're telling me I might not be 100 on that. Boy, I don't want to hear that, you know, because me don't decide to the 2 million go spend Monday morning.
Yeah.
another thing, sometimes when we ask you questions, we really do not know.
Oh no, it would just I want to hear actually asking a question. So it's not a
Yeah, I'm actually
rhetorical.
really
I don't ask,
asking.
I'm actually asking. So
I'm actually asking.
even even think I'm rhetorical, I, I want to hear what it is because I've been there where I feel like I know what the person going to say, so I ask it and think I'm joking or whatever, and them say something else, and I'm like, oh wait there, maybe you know something did it, right? So actually answer is a reason I asked the actual answer that you will give me. It matters.
Yeah, man. Ask yourself questions.
Mm-hmm.
Take the questions that are asked and try to answer them.
A good thing about the
Um,
questions others ask us is very often not a question we ask ourselves. We've already
mhm.
asked ourselves certain questions,
Yeah.
so we made a decision and we feel good about it. The person throws us that question and come from the feel and we're like, oh, Jano, that
I
kind
never
of put
think
a
about
spoke
that
in a
at
point.
all.
But
Yeah.
sometimes
Mhm.
thinking about that is more profit. So don't throw it away. And sometimes thinking about that
Mhm.
is avoiding the loss.
Yep.
Like the feeling you get when the man start rubbish your idea, that's a good thing because now you have to say either it's him talking rubbish or me. Let's figure it out.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah. So basically, push past the discomfort and figure it out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Trust me. Because it hurt worse when you get it wrong and your money tied up. It
Honestly.
yeah, it hurt a whole lot worse when you get it wrong and your money tied up. And I don't like I say, I want him to get from it. I want anybody else who was listening to also ask themselves the same questions. But I don't want to move so far from
From
the
the
actual
topic,
title of the episode. Yeah.
it was perfect.
Yeah.
It was a good
But I mean, not
chairman.
really,
Chairman.
cause
I
him
think
sound like him locking on Transjam, so not really.
Well, not really, because also you're right, because he also brought out a couple of other points that I was thinking that are good points around the idea of locking. But Shay, whatever your identity, what you think of when you think of the idea of a locking? So remember just to refresh everybody's memory. The challenge is Monday morning, next week Monday, to the rest of your life. So from next week Monday till the day you're dead, you can only buy one stock. You can buy it however you want, but you can only buy one. Which one are you picking? And more importantly, why?
So originally when I saw the topic and everyone was saying the rest of my life,
Yeah, man, one stock, lock in, rest of your life.
I was like, oh, so I actually was thinking, okay, well, if it's for the next year, then, and if it's for the next 5 years, you know, or,
Hmm.
maybe if it was for the next 6 months, so yeah, I was kind of working with the timelines, and everyone was saying it's like forever and ever. Forever,
Yeah, I mean that makes it that I think constraints lead to creativity. So
facts. That's
yeah.
true.
So let
That's true.
think about it. Let's say you can only buy one for the rest of your life.
It's time in life, Jaja.
Which one are you picking and why? And it's not just pressure on you. It's pressure on Dana, it's pressure on me. But also we have people who've been joining and waiting. I see
Oh,
Tav.
right.
Yeah, Tav. Tav come save you. Tav, you've been waiting for a while.
Beginner savings.
Yeah, man. Tav, you've been waiting for a while. What's up?
Stop your mute if you're speaking.
Oh, and tell us, I never that speak, I come off and go do something, and then as me come back me here and they say for a while, what's up? And then me I want for me, for me
Yeah,
matter
man. Are
fact.
you man? Are you man? Right timing.
When I go with
Not much. You hear the
Good
idea?
conversation so far.
Yeah, good conversation so far,
pick
I
up my
think. Have
shirt.
you heard the topic?
Yeah, man. Or the
One
locked in
stop.
thing.
Yeah, man. One stop for the rest of your life, starting Monday
Yeah.
morning. If you can only buy one for the rest of your life, however
Any
you
money you get
want
up
to
over
buy it.
there.
If me
Yeah.
really, really afraid and not have enough time to think about it, would I just buy GK and done.
Word.
Mm.
At
Why?
the price they know.
Well,
No, not the price. I don't know.
whenever you're
Whatever.
buying it at
You're
the
buying
price
it.
it's at.
Well, you say
Yeah.
Monday morning, so me just I
No,
say,
no, no,
Yeah.
no, no,
If
no,
you get
no.
money, next
Starting.
year and you're buying stock, it have to be that one company. Any stock you buy going forward has to be that one company.
Yeah. So it's from Monday morning till the rest of it, till the day you die.
Yeah.
You have to pick.
Every morning.
Yeah.
uh, hmm.
Yo, and
And I
also
still
I'm
go
putting.
GK now. And I still
Okay,
go
I was going to tell
GK.
you that I'm putting a lot of weight on the fact that you just said GK before you even gave it a lot of thought. That's a true gut reaction.
No man. Would I go GK same way? A one where even if you're afraid or the dividend consistent, not that much, so you can earn
Okay.
while throughout the area I get a little thing. And there's currently I think there's a lot of room for a good amount of cap gain same way. So
So Tav, your choice is my second choice. I thought GK first, then I thought the other thing. But then so the other thing was but GK was my immediate choice, and also the same reason. But it's also there's a lot of safety and a lot of profit in just GK, in my opinion, because safety, it's what it is, right? It's
yeah.
the country. It's so spread out. It's more than the country. It's to me, yeah, it's the country. A lot of Jamaica runs on GK. A lot of
Mhm.
good, the money side, food side, and there was a lot of growth
And
coming.
it's
So
easy for basically weather any storm basically. To what people have mentioned.
in a
In
way,
my opinion.
sure, because I think they can bounce back from
Cause no
all the
matter where
challenges
you do,
over
you
the
have to
years.
name food, basically.
Okay.
Even though on a food alone it make up half, but
That's funny. That's funny. It's funny that you said that because you don't have to
all
eat
when
the
you
food
now go
from
up on
GK.
highway, you have to
You
eat
have to eat
food,
food from GK. Yeah, but
Yeah, but you
you
don't
get
have to
food
eat the
there
food from
better.
GK. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to eat that, but majority like a good amount of the
A good
food we
amount of
consume
Jamaica.
in
So to me,
Jamaica
a good amount of
come
Jamaica
from
is
there. So
GK. And also,
yeah.
it gets a lot of support market wise because it's one of those that the funds
Yes.
will buy, especially when the value is
Yep.
just in them face in certain ways. and them at a certain level where they can bring author deals forward that will affect them. And to me, they will over it. They've done it before. I think they'll definitely do it again. So for a long time, I think buying GK, yeah, I have a goodness in that. I would say GK was my second. Yeah.
That was a quick one. That as we said, that it kind of easy if you pick GK still.
Well,
yeah, that's why I thought
it's so funny. It's so funny that you said.
Probably next week because it felt too easy to pick it. So I was like, yeah.
It's so funny that you said the food though, but more importantly, I mean,
money. You can eat
the
money.
money. Yeah, you need money.
Everybody has to eat money.
Yeah, and we are a poor.
I want you Jamaican people, you ever see how we find money?
Well, not just that, but you have to think about what GK is. You know, I said GK is M. I mean,
no man, that's like
money from foreign.
Even though more than that, but at least there will be a section because some company will be out there, and like literally almost on the verge of a shutdown,
Mm-hmm.
But at least there's a division there that will be making money.
Yeah, but in this case, I'm talking about Western Union, right?
So foreign. Yeah. Oh, that I mean.
Yeah. We're still talking GK.
Yeah. Why people say them stop sending money come to Jamaica and this? I don't know.
Okay, but you should know better. You understand the M of GK, right? They don't have the license for Jamaica. They have the license for the region.
Yeah.
Somebody said it nicely in response to that. It was the whole voter thing. Boy, diaspora, so I'm gonna stop sending money. And somebody's response was, "Yeah, but you're not sending money to Jamaica. It's sent to your relatives."
Then you cleaned up that tweet so well. Yeah, you did. They didn't say it to your relatives.
Yeah, but mommy go hungry, so
yeah.
You're not gonna be like, boy, I'm gonna fight Andrew. No, you're fighting mommy.
Yeah. How dare wholeness when mommy will starve.
It don't work so. When you say we mustn't vote, no man, it don't work so.
Yeah. But I mean, jokes aside, that's it, right? The remittance factor is a massive factor.
And it's a big part of the thing, so.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, they're also facing and will face more. They'll face increased competition there. But to their credit, they are the giant that has not always. I like to, maybe I get too enthusiastic. I don't want to say that they're the best giant around, but they have been one of the more impressive giants. And I think that they move in the way that a giant. I'd want to see a giant move.
5, 4, 5.
Yeah, man, they move like they move that way, man. You see the moves that they're making now. Like if you go back a year along, that and I've been talking about if it's time for the GK thing yet. GK yet? Them ready yet? Them look like them might ready now, but they've looked like we fight for a while, but them look like them ready now.
You're lucky. I made Jack jokes when you mentioned giants. I could have made other jokes.
I don't even want to know what you mean. I don't even want to know what you mean, but I like that. All right, so Tab, I like your point, and I like the why behind it, and I think it's a solid pick. Also, if I only had to buy one for the rest of my life, GK is not the worst. I get a little piece of remittance. I'm probably getting a little piece of a nice piece of the financial group when it spin off on its own, GKFG. I get in the blow up from that because I'm sure the main thing I buy will still own shares in that. If them smart, them do it. I get in the listing that's happening whenever it happens. I get in the other listing that happens whenever it happens. I get in like I said, the remittances. I get in some food money.
Plane. Listing if you go up on the plane.
Yeah. I also get in the what you call this? I get in the you get in the whole finance mix up. I'd love if they even did something nice. I mean, if I get that, technically, if I get like GK, right, and they did a spin-off, let's say they do the spin-off next year, 2027, but let's say they do the spin-off next year. And when they do the spin-off, I get shares in GKFG as a result of GK. I mean, I think that still counts as one thing, right? It's not my fault. I can't buy more, but I have the original shares from GKFG, right? And that gives me that's an entire the people who are into fundamentals, and I'm not supposed to know about fundamentals, but the people who are into fundamentals do a little look-see at the breakout of what the financial side of GK looks like and compare it to all the financial conglomerates around. There's a second There's a second. It's like on its own. You would love to buy it. I've seen people go. I remember how people were acting when Access, oh, not Access Financial, or the one that Sagicor ended up buying named that Danai or Shay. You remember what was that IPO that was the IPO that never was?
Alliance?
Alliance, thank you.
Or I think the
Yeah,
name.
Alliance, yeah. The Alliance IPO. I remember the excitement when Alliance happened, and as a group, GKFG, Alliance. If the excitement that I saw around Alliance back then is even still around
Mm-hmm.
now, GKFG is miles ahead of that. GKFG
Come
is like a
on, man.
Sagicor, but better in
But
my view. I edited what I was going to say, but better in my view. They're like a Sagicor, but better in terms of the footprint and the hunger, and yeah, they are quite the dark horse of their own. Others just don't know how dark a horse it is, but maybe because people still think of them as just food.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Currently, I know a hype stock, so
not at all. But it is
No, because
GK, still a household name.
It's a good thing to be buying for a while then.
but
mm-hmm.
none of that no matter, Randy, until the hype reach.
But guess the beauty
None of
of
that no matter.
picking
Is
something
that
for
you
the
can
rest
see
of
the
your
hype.
life. Exactly.
You can
Like
say,
if I
oh, at some point the hype will be here. It's going to be here.
so that's a factor that I'd consider in my own pick. Like I would like some hype to happen at some point in time. So the only thing I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
have for the rest of my life, I would like if that hype happened more than
Well,
once.
couple,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing about it in Randy, not to really jump in, but
No, no, go
yeah,
ahead,
so
go ahead. Go
um,
ahead.
one of the thing, is that, and that's why I said there is room for cap gains because I think the hype them were gonna come from what GK have planned. I gonna probably be one of heaviest like supported hype. The market
It's
can
GK,
basically see.
bro.
GK, I said
It's
the
GK, bro.
industry will
GK.
buy. The
Yeah,
industry
Yeah.
will buy. What you talking about?
Agreed.
exactly. That's why I
Yeah.
say. That's why I said. The
Moreover,
hype
moreover,
part and now gonna be a problem when the time is right.
It's when time
yeah.
come.
If you think if you think about if you think about if you think about also the idea of the support, right? They, unlike many of the other entities, like them have their own pensions, them have their own insurance.
Mm-hmm.
They are an entire insurance conglomerate. That's why I was meaning when I was comparing them to Sagicor.
I know the man
They're
then come like the stock market made up of
mm,
companies in a various
yo.
sectors.
What I will say is that there's a large amount of companies on the stock market that are ex
GK
GK
still.
that are there because of
Mm-hmm.
GK. Kingston Wharves used to be owned by GK. Um, T Tech used to be owned by GK. Uh,
Or H&L.
Hardware and Lumber, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah,
I
I don't know
think
if
so.
Hardware and Lumber used to be owned by GK.
Wasn't it?
I don't remember. I'm old now, you know. I don't remember. But I remember. I think they were at some point, but
Me too.
you need a greater and older mind than mine. And you can check out MMJA. But yeah, the GK is responsible for a huge part. In many ways,
Mm-hmm. Big up Don
GK is
Webby.
responsible for the junior market. You can tie it back to them because Don Webby left GK, did the whole junior market. I went back. Um, yeah, GK is a hell of a, and even now, quietly, like they do the things that you don't want them to do. Think about
Mm-hmm.
how
Mm.
people love Spurtree.
Content sweet.
In a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah, I'm going to the into the market in a month stuff. You see him try earlier and I skip past it. But think about Spurtree. Spurtree is a GK associate. GK also, Spurtree has the footprint of like a significant. I went through it at one of the advanced growers. How they have all of the Aki. I don't remember the exact number, so forgive me. These numbers are not correct. But let's say that there are 14 Aki exporters in Jamaica. You need a license to export Aki to the US, right? Um, GK, well, Spurtree owns at this point a significant part, if you just think in terms of the actual export function, because they bought Exotic and Exotic was one of the biggest. And then they bought I'm forgetting the name of the one that they bought 51% of, but that's them also, Spurtree, right? And that one was the biggest one in Jamaica, the biggest factory. The second one I'm forgetting, and they also bought Exotic. And this is
Linstead
Spurtree I'm
market.
talking about. Say that again?
Linstead.
Not
Is that
Links,
exotic?
not Exotic, man. It's like we even almost forget about it. Let me check
Canco.
Canco, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh
Canco.
yeah.
The
Still, yeah.
Canco deal. Canco is the biggest Aki exporter from Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spurtree bought them, so now Canco is under Spurtree. GK was the broker in that deal, and then GK went and have a associate stake in Spurtree now,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then GK also partner with them, and GK themselves also massive export. So if you think about that, the whole Aki export business, that is one of the things that is like a core product, and I think a core future product for Jamaica, especially going
Mm-hmm.
straight. What I like it is that it's something that we have and we eat. I don't think we're the only ones who eat it, but we're certainly the ones that make the biggest deal about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a product that can be extremely profitable just to our diaspora. You know
Mm-hmm.
my thoughts already. Everybody love foreign and USD, and I don't, not that I'm saying I'm against foreign or USD, but let's not mash up the visa now. but they have a product that Jamaicans and the diaspora is the same size as the country. So
Mm-hmm.
you can think of double Jamaica's Aki
Yeah,
sales
exactly that.
running
Good in,
through.
if I'm good in Jamaica, then I'm
I'm
good.
good everywhere, yeah.
Exactly. I'm good in Jamaica, so I just find Jamaicans that are not here. Then immediately it'll be a business, right? If you can sell to them.
Exactly. And
If
and it just
Jamaican buy this
happens.
thing, then
It just so happens that
Jamaicans.
there's another Jamaica outside of Jamaica. So there's
Mm-hmm.
literally a second Jamaica that you can sell to, and there's nowhere in the world that would be. And feel for some Aki and go in the supermarket and see it on the shelf and see it at GK and go, no, give me the one that come from Paraguay. There's no way. There's no way. Right? Like them solid. And again, that's just food. Because they're tied in so deeply to the fabric of everything that it's a solid pick. It's not mine, but big up the beginner is a solid pick.
Sorry.
And for time's sake, I want to bring in some of the other people too. So I think second was, and if Phil was second or Dale. Phil, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna ask Dale if he more just to go ahead. So I go Phil, Dale, and then Lopo.
Yeah, man, no problem.
By the way, Shay, you don't really get, you get enough time to think about it now. The bad side of it is that somebody else might take your point.
I mean, I
So
I
can
feel
say
that.
mine.
You feel you can answer yours if you want.
Oh
Dale,
man,
I don't.
then I going to take mine.
I afraid him take mine too, So him take the second one already.
Somebody already stole it. So I'm going, well, they steal it. So I'm going to there. I'm going to
No,
say
no, no.
before somebody here steals it.
Okay.
It's JSC for me still.
Oh, Jesus Christ, come on.
Now, I suspect you're the same
We
one,
hate
but
you.
Of course.
I hate you.
I was hoping somebody would come on and say, I was thinking, well, a girl gonna come and say it,
Yeah, well,
So I saw Tad say it in the groups, or what someone say, let me say it before somebody else say it. But yeah.
yeah. So Dale, hold on. Let me hear what Dale saying. Dale, you have to unmute We're not hearing you.
Sorry, what's up?
Hi, good night.
Night,
It's
night.
been
How
a
you
while.
doing?
Night,
It's
Dale.
been a while.
Well, we're
Um,
glad to hear you again. How things?
We've been a while as well.
not bad. I mean, I was asleep early and got up and caught you guys. Grace Kennedy is a good, and I used to work at Grace Kennedy.
Say
And I
bias.
think, yeah, Grace Kennedy would
Ready
be
to
a
ask
great
him.
pick. But I hear you talking about export. Grace International business is also significant. And
Mm-hmm.
remember, Grace had a 2030, Vision 2030, where their target was to earn 70% of revenue outside of Jamaica.
Has.
So So they don't only export; they have presence in international market. They have Grace Ontario that has been around from the 80s. An office that I had visited while I worked there, while I was on vacation. They went into the US and the UK. The UK business is doing very well, and they're also on the African continent with their foods
Correct.
in West Africa. And they're not static business; they're businesses that is constantly growing, and they don't only service the Jamaican market overseas. They bought a company in the US called LaFay, and LaFay is geared to the Latin market.
Big up.
So they have come out of they have expanded into the Latin market. And it's a company that plans ahead and plans carefully. And some people might get frustrated because they will see other companies making deals very quickly and expanding rapidly and feel that Grace might be a little too staid, might be a little too laid back. But their expansions are strategic. They invested in Catherine's Peak for a while
Yeah, then took a
before
30% stake. Yeah.
before acquiring even more. When 876 Water came along, they invested in that company and then bought that company. I think they bought InBev, which was an independent bottling company, a really good top of the line modern bottling company that other companies that I've worked with were looking at also. So their expansion is strategic, well thought out, well thought out, and a little cautious. But they've been around for over 100 years, and they have withstood economic collapses. I mean, I remember in the 2000s when factories were shutting down left, right, and center, when they lost Unilever's distributorship and started bleeding red ink. And they were able to pivot very quickly. They were able to find suppliers all over the Caribbean and all over the world, come up with their own brand names, pivot very quickly, and came out of that almost catastrophe very quickly. So despite their size and their age, they're still pretty nimble. They do attract some of the best talents in Jamaica for the sales and marketing. And as I said, they always have a short-term, medium-term, long-term strategic growth plan. And they have alternate plans and fallback plans. So it's a company that plans a lot.
And it's also a company that hits its plans. If I remember correctly, they had, before the Vision 2030, there was a Vision, I want to be 2020, and they hit that early, didn't they?
2020, right.
Yeah, I think that was 20 or 30% of revenue outside of Jamaica, and they hit that early.
It was supposed to be 50%. I remember because I'd gone back to do a degree course. And every time the lecturer said, hey, choose a company to report on.
GK.
And I always chose GK because they have a resource center. And every year they have business conference. And at business conference, everybody from all over the world fly in Kingston for business conference. And all staff members attend business conference. So when you work at GK, you don't only do a job. You're indoctrinated with the best practices. You know what the vision is. You know what the goals are. You know what the strategies are. So while doing the degree, it was very easy to use Grace Kennedy as a subject. Because one, I already had the knowledge. And two, whenever I needed material for presentations, you drop into the resource center, you get all the video clippings, you get everything, and you use that in your presentation. So GK, well, you all already know that my one stock to buy is Trans Jamaica.
Really? After that, after you said a whole of that time, after one paycheck you collect from GK, you really sell them out for the road?
It has been for a while because, as I said, I started buying that stock at $1.50. And
So
it's a
it would be the thing you buy for the rest of your life if nothing else could be bought.
But I can tell you, it's not the only DCA stock that I have, and Randy would know because Randy would know that I used the DCA tool recently on
Yeah,
another share.
but hold on. I want to talk about all them, but I want, especially you, because of how I think you invest over the years. I want you to constrain yourself. So I know you have a couple of things to DCA, but imagine that
You
magic
can't
one,
buy anything
somebody
else. You
you
can
can't
only
buy
buy one
anything
stock.
else. Yeah, man, you can only buy one. What are you picking?
Ah, um, I have committed to the DCA Trans Jamaica for the next 20 years,
All right.
and that is something that I stick to. And
So
so every month I buy Trans Jamaica and I
mhm,
buy Careers as my DCA shares. And Careers, not really for capital appreciation, but more for dividend
okay.
because they probably pay the second or third highest percentage dividend on the local market. Um,
Depending on the time period you're looking at, like right now as we speak, there and again your yield would be better because you've been buying them for such a long time. But if somebody was just buying it actively or buying it live, they would be the third right now. So it would be CPFV,
mhm,
GHL in number two. So
right,
CPFE 7.59% yield, GHL 7.5% yield. The first one is four different dividends. I would have gotten you that. The second one is three different dividends. The third is Carreras with three dividends at 6.94. And we know that they have another one coming. That's how they do them thing. And then the
right,
fourth is Trans Jamaica. So you're really on you're on a tier with investing against a thing that you actually say you want to do because you have number three and number four right there.
right. And although it is not massive fluctuation in the price or massive increases in the price, when
Hmm.
you track it year over year, there is movement. So you will get some capital appreciation.
In what? In
At
which one are we talking about? Because in
at,
Carreras,
at
Carreras hit its
yeah,
all-time
careers.
high the other day. You are looking
Yeah,
at over 100%, depending on how long you've been doing this.
right. Careers. Careers is the one that's been given the price appreciation.
Hmm.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Trans Jamaica. They were able to finance the purchase of the concession of the Mandeville leg out of their own pocket without additional debt.
No, they took on, well,
Well,
I'm under the impression that they took on debt, but it just hasn't been brought to the people yet. And I think they're going to do a raise. I think they're just going
mhm,
to time it well. But that's me. That's my assumption. But sorry.
yeah, but
I
as I said years ago, as they retire debt, the
mhm.
earnings will get better, and they have built into the contract annual increases. Although looking at the numbers now, I'm wondering if we could do without some of those annual increases. As somebody who drives a lot, but
Ah,
it's built in. So you have built-in increase in revenue for the next 10, 20 years.
well, yeah,
Um,
you have built-in revenue until 20, guaranteed until 2036, at which point you're probably still gonna just renew it and you'll have it again.
right, and over that time period, you'll have reducing debt as they pay off the debt, and they'll have to reconsider it when they man the road to South Central is better, wherever the road is going to run next.
Well, I think
So,
we know. Well, let me not go that road. Continue.
but I'll tell you, if I really had to choose one,
Hmm. It's difficult, man, but it's deliberately difficult.
And while Dale a thing to Randy, there's a thing I always ask myself, why
Which is what?
does it seem impossible for the government just don't renew it for Trans Jamaica? Why it gonna cost the government for not do that?
Well,
They might do. I think
2036.
that's the same thing I thought of because the truth is it's no longer in certain
Them
people's
take with
hands.
themselves. Exactly. Them
I,
take with
I,
themselves.
I'm
So
not even thinking about the government. I'm thinking about
mm,
they're no longer negotiating with a foreign entity around building this thing. and making it a sweet deal for them. They're putting it in the hands of people now that the truth is, in many ways, they can make certain things do have to happen in certain ways.
Exactly.
Well, by right, let's remember, by right, it's our road. It belongs to
Exactly
the
that.
people of Jamaica. These guys just have a concession agreement to run it.
Exactly that.
So
But
it is our road still.
uh-huh.
Yeah, but
So
Enrock.
so that the
No, no,
NROC is
no.
a government entity.
No. So what I'm saying is
Yeah,
this:
man. So
they can be
what?
more relaxed on the idea of baking in increases in the same way. They might do a thing that we're going to do a nice PR and renegotiate the contract because it's a good thing for Jamaica to not have, boy, we really locked in this bad thing with increasing thing or whatever to make it better for people. Not as much
Oh, JP
increases.
is dropping.
So
Because I was thinking
yeah.
exactly. Well, I didn't say it. I didn't. I thought I did.
Yeah, cause toll rate I get too high, Toll rate I get too high, and the people in my bars take up on the toll high.
Okay.
Same thing as the JPS.
So you guys touching a point that so I was going to go into it, but since then I bring it up. I said 2036, and I immediately thought when is the election? So the next election would have to be.
Thank you. Glad you say that me.
Yeah. So I think it would be an election. It could be an election spread. And then let me show you how I approach this thing. We're in 2025 now. I realized that this election was exactly to the day 5 years after the last election, which, hey, I kind of like that. It'd be great if the current administration also fulfilled another of their promises and change the constitution and lock in the fixed election dates. And hey, why not make it or make it August 31st or August 30th, Don't kill the back to school, but do something like that. Anyway, let's assume that they did the same thing 5 years to the day. That puts us to 2030. Then that puts us to 2035. 2035 is 1 year before it. Maybe somebody could do kind of like what this administration did, which was pull the early renegotiation with JPS. And I could see, and whoever's in the opposition would hopefully be extremely smarter than the current crop of both government and I am fixing that sentence so well. would be smarter than the current government people and the opposition that we have now. I'd love that if 10 years from now, what we have for government and opposition is orders of magnitude better than what we have now. And I would think that 10 years from now, a smart move would be, okay, guys, this road is ours. We're not like Danai said, we're not negotiating, and like Tab said, we're not negotiating with a foreign entity for it. So all we're talking about here is how much government revenue do we get now? Are we willing to give up the government revenue to please it? And it being a political point makes me think, okay, who are the voters we're pleasing? At that point, it runs along literally the most populous part of Jamaica: Portmore, Spanish Town, Clarendon, and by 10 years from now, we'll be touching into St. Elizabeth, Mandeville, St. Elizabeth, the South Coast there. In St. Elizabeth is expected to be, I think, the third city or fourth city or whatever, and supposed to be the most fastest growing area, I think maybe outside of Clarendon. So 10 years from now, I can see it being a political football where it might be good to, hey, how do we do this?
It's a nice talk when you say, boy, that administration, they really locked in a bad deal for us. We're fixing it.
or better yet, not even they locked in a bad deal, but hey, here's a better way that we can use this money. Yeah. That's the politics we deserve.
The political points, usually like them things. Whoever never do it says, boy, it's a bad deal in the game.
Yeah, sorry, in my mind, I'm always pushing for a better class of politics. Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, so I'm tired of hearing that. Like, hopefully 10 years from now, you're not plastering the road with green and orange. I can't say that it will, because our elections have changed. We have improved every single time. So maybe it's not plastered. Maybe you plaster my phone with green and orange ads, and I can block those as I want. And then who knows? I'm dreaming here. But regardless of good, bad, or ugly, I think the road might become a political football, not for the next election, but the election after that. So, and that's how you have to think if you're thinking rest of your life, right? I have to think, What's going to happen 5 years from now? What's going to happen 10 years from now? What's going to happen 15 years from now? 20 years from now? But anyway, Dale, I know you're on that. I know you're on that point, and you got kicked off a while ago. So are you back now?
Yeah, I'm back.
You give it
Yeah,
some thought?
I heard your opinion, and I think you're valid, very valid. And by
Deal some muffled?
Yeah, you sound like a muffled, Dale. I don't know if you're close to the phone.
Carry, you make out what you're saying.
Are you hearing me better now?
Yes.
Just for a moment, yeah.
For you.
Yeah, but I agree with a lot of the points that you made a while ago. In 2030, 2030 would be a good time to renegotiate.
Well, that is the time. That is the end of it. That is the time. Yeah.
Or if it does, or before, you know, if they could force the issue. But
so I think it's up in 2036 officially. So I think naturally you would start negotiations
from
ahead of that. Yeah.
But remember, although it's not government owned, as you said, it's our road, and a lot of institutions have bought into it heavily. The National Health Fund, NIS.
That's true.
A lot of NIS funds the pensions. So it would be good for them if they do derive that continued income from the investment. So that is something I thought of. All the National Health Fund and those people that derive income from it, the more dividend it pays, is the better it is for them. The more the share price go up, is the better it is for them. So yeah, Trans Jamaica. I mean, I'm not as young as you guys. So when you say to me, lock into one for the rest of your life, the rest of your life is probably 50 years. The rest of my life is probably 35 to 40 years. If I keep very healthy.
Well, advances in medicine, who knows? But you cut me down to 50. Jaja, I want 100 more. Anyway, who knows? Who knows?
But different is still not random. Not tell no lie still. It's a thing where people just really don't think about it. It's because me know how business go and how people change their mouth. When National Insurance Fund have money in it is not actually my money in it. I just other people money me I put in or something. Me know all of that not really that no mean much. You get me? All of that no mean much.
And also NIF
for me at least, because me know how things stay and things can change within no time. Because we see even how the top 10 for Trans Jamaica itself change over 2 quarters. And it can change again later on.
NIF owns so much that's the government there. So if the government don't want to raise,
as I say, it's not.
I don't know if you're hearing me, Danai. Are you hearing Danai, Tab?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Look like me for come off and come on back.
How does this happen?
I don't know. Hold on. Don't say anything at all. Say something, Danai.
Tab, you heard me? That's crazy.
Are you
Tax bracket, man. Tax bracket, man.
May I hear Shay?
Yeah, I hear Shay money. Tax bracket up, man.
It look like I'm enough to get the points.
We reached 10:20. This is the Yacht Club.
But I want to Shay. You hear that, Shay?
Yeah, man, you're done.
Lord God, see that me get kicked out of it and my tax bracket not good then.
Dividends soon run, man. The dividends soon run.
Wait. Wasn't there supposed to be a wait? Oh. Sorry, I just remembered that Cygnus also had a meeting today.
Oh yeah.
I'll check that out in a second. But Dale, I don't want to. Well, I know we keep interrupting you, but I know you say it's not that long. So you say okay, maybe 40 for you. I think you can do 40 or 50. But tell me the stock that obviously you're not constrained to this, but you as a true long-term investor, DCA, pick the one that you pick.
Well, percentage dividend, price appreciation, 2036. I would pick Trans Jamaica Highway. I would edge it a little over Grace Kennedy. I know Grace is gonna do great things. I see the share price. Don Webby used to come to conference and always mention that no matter what Grace does, the investors don't seem very enthusiastic, and the share price don't move by a lot.
True.
And he said that back in probably about 2010 at the time. And looking at the share price over the years, I agreed with him. I see companies doing very well, like with Synco, that carry zero debt, do billions every quarter, increase their margins, increase their profit, and their share price don't move. Well, I don't like the percentage that they pay out as dividend. I see Lasco Manufacturing and Lasco Distribution, innovative companies that also grow revenue and profit year on year, carrying virtually no debt, and their prices don't appreciate by a lot, and they also don't pay out that higher percentage in dividend. If it's investing for the rest of my life to help secure the income to bring in additional revenue, I'll have a little rental coming in, I'll have pension, I'll have NIS, and I'm going to depend a lot on dividend. I would continue buying Carreras based on the 12-year look that I looked at it the other day and saw the amount of dividend that it paid, the percentage. Yeah, that is the way I would look at it. So
you did a 12-year look on Carreras.
Right, and I looked at the dividend that it paid out. I saw a very slight price appreciation, but the majority, 149% increase over the 12-year period, and it looked like about 90% of it was from dividend.
Yep. So I'm looking at that right now. Let me just give you some numbers to support that for anybody listening. So 2025 so far, the yield. Let me just talk increases. From 2010 to 2011, Carreras' yield fell by 22. The average yield fell by 22%. But in 2011, 2012, it went up by almost 100. I think with that, the split and a lot of things happened then. 2012, it fell by 48%. 2013 to 14, 184% up. Then 36% down, 38% down, 14% down, 12% down. Then 2018, 0.1% up. 2019 to 2020, 21% up. 2020 to 21, 2% up. 2021 to 22, 9.47% down. 2022 to 23, 20% up. Then 0.32% down. 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025, 32% down. But understand what I'm saying, it's down there. Consider what Carreras' share price has looked like in that time. That's why the yield is down. It's not that the yield hasn't increased. Like if you are investing, especially if your dollar cost averaging over that time, you are bathing. But not only are you bathing from the dividends, the share price is flying. In the last few years, the last few years up to this year, the share price for Carreras has been flying. And so I don't think anybody who's been investing in Carreras that way would be crying. They'd probably be very, very happy. Then I can tell you about the people that come in all the time that them have a little Carreras from a long time, or them buying it, but they don't know where it go. They don't realize that them richer than them they might even the wildest dreams.
I think my only concern with Carreras, and some people's concern would be the whole morality behind it.
That's
my own concern on buying it for the rest of my life would be, hey, it's cigarette. They say it directly on the packet that this product can give you cancer. And their packages, the packages of their cigarette get smaller and smaller every year, and the prices get larger and larger. But my experience already in distribution. So I had a friend who worked at Carreras for quite a while.
Me too.
And I can tell you, they are very good at cost containment. They're very good at reorganizing for saving of expenses. And they will generate profits. And even in the years, COVID years and other years when some distribution companies were having it hard, they increase their business and increase their profitability.
Uh,
They did a major restructuring of their distribution network and saved money on that. And they're not afraid to move into cheap accommodations to save money. So when you have some insight and knowledge of how these companies operate, it's easier to come to certain conclusions. It will maintain profitability, it will grow the business, and as it grows the business, it will still pay out very good dividends.
well,
And it's called nicotine for a reason, you know.
yeah.
In a
Well,
stressful times, more cigarette
yeah.
I got bun. So
Kind of. I mean, during COVID, you remember there was a little time there when we didn't know what it was, and they're like, cigarette smokers seem to not be as affected.
can't see the way I don't know nothing for the brother. I'm more cigarette a bun.
No, not just that. There's something behind it, some medical thing. I don't know. I'm not telling people to smoke. I like Dale. I don't know if I had insider. Well, I guess I had some insider knowledge, Dale. I did work at Careers for a little while. A little while, you could say, a few years. So I do have a little knowledge around that. So I will agree with you that they will never stop making profit. It's a very old product, and it's multinational. It's tobacco. They will not stop making profit, and I don't know if they'll always remain listed. But if I'm thinking 30, 40, 50, 60 years out, at some point, like the act of delisting is not a cheap act. It's not an easy act. It's not a cheap act. So if they want to delist it, it's gonna cost them. And so if I'm thinking about a 20 years from now delisting, yeah, why not? It'll be very nice. And during the time, yeah, that's cap gains. Just while you're talking, Dale, I looked at it. The share price running from 2015 till now, 2025. So you're looking at the last 10 years. I got my money JA. You're looking at cap gains of 373.9%. And for that to come from the easily one of the top dividend payers in that time.
Consistently.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. No, the morality point is, yeah, the morality point is a good point. It's up to you whether or not you can morally stand it. I am confident, having worked there, that obviously I don't know, but I'm confident that there is nobody. I'd be very surprised if there's anybody in 2025 in Jamaica who is smoking cigarettes without understanding that it's not the most healthy decision. No, yeah. So if you're not forcing anybody to do it, you're not selling children, cool. If you're an adult and you make a decision on your own, cool. I'll tell you another thing about my time working there. I think while I was there for a few years, maybe 2 people there smoked, but for the majority of the time I was there, nobody there smoked. So you don't have to smoke to work there. You don't have to smoke to own the stock. Yeah, that's what I'd say. So Dale, just to have it clear,
morning pack.
Exactly. So to have it clear, Dale, your forever stock, your lock-in stock would be Carreras.
There's a top 3, but if you hold me down,
top 1.
One.
if you hold me down and look me straight in the eye and say, hey, which is the top, I'll probably say Carreras. But also let me add, it being delisted is not as difficult as you think.
No, it's very easy. Just run my money.
Yeah, I mean,
just run my money.
If British American Tobacco or whoever is the majority owner of it decide to acquire the remaining shares of it, it would be quite simple. I mean, if you look at the history of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, who would have thought in the 80s that a company as huge as Dial would have gone under and disappear from the Jamaica Stock Exchange? Who would have thought that Ray and Nephew would have been acquired by CL in Trinidad? And then you had that whole financial meltdown and fiasco with CL Insurance, and it nearly wiping out half of the Eastern Caribbean. And then Campari stepping in and acquiring Ray and Nephew. Who could ever foresee Celebration brand spinning off because of all the international acquisitions? Because in liquor, acquisitions abroad affect the local market. So there are always opportunities to open new companies, especially if you
And
are connected in the industry like Andrew Deno
yeah,
and people like that, and McConnell.
and
So,
don't forget the Heineken buying out Red Stripe, taking Diageo off the market also.
right,
Which,
Oh,
yeah,
that was
but bear in
multiple
mind,
intervention.
yeah, bear in mind what happened every time that happened. That happened in 2015. JC became, as a direct result of that, the best market in the world that year because
mhm,
of that buyout. So sure, I would love if British American Tobacco were to buy out Carrera. Every time I see Carrera's price spike beyond a certain level, I wonder,
but,
yo, is this it?
but can I tell you, I worked at DNG when it was acquired by Diageo.
Did you own shares?
I had a small amount of shares, yeah,
I'm happy
and
to
then
hear that.
when Diageo acquired them one day, I left with some of the alcoholic products to Lascelles because of that purchase, you had a whole range of products that Red Stripe could no longer sell because of international agreements.
So it have to
And
switch
so,
around.
so
Yeah.
Lascelles created a new department and housed all of those called Lascelles Wines and Spirits, part of Lascelles Merchandise, which is non-existent now. Seemed like Lascelles, the Macardo was a huge play on the stock market, and they're nowhere to be seen. They don't even exist as a huge player anymore.
Yeah, so
So
growth is eternal, but it sounds like anywhere you go, there is some money to be made in the stock market. So tell me, you
I'll
work out,
t-
you work out with Cinco? Just say yes.
no,
Just say yes.
I never worked at Wisynco. I never worked at Lasco. I have been offered positions there, but
Well,
then I make my decision. Um, I have reasons why I make my decisions.
mhm.
It's no mystery because anybody that sees me on the road, and a lot of people call to me that I wear a Massey shirt because I've worked with Massey Distribution for quite a while. So
With
yes,
who?
I have Massey shirts. But then
Massive, massive.
Massey
You just say
Jamaica,
Massey?
yeah,
Yeah, man.
Massey.
Yeah.
Bin.
Oh,
Massey,
wow. So as I
Massey,
said, everywhere you go, there seems to be some profit on the market from buyouts happening there, right?
well, Massey is in the process of being acquired by Akada Group in
Mm-hmm.
Trinidad.
And who is Akada Group?
All right, Akada Group, Akada is a company. Well, their biggest and most visible brand is Swiss. Swiss mayonnaise, Swiss peanut butter, Swiss mustards, Swiss pastas,
Mm.
and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that.
How
But
long you think before PB Scott and company knock them into the ground and buy them?
won't happen. It
Sebe.
won't happen. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, it won't happen.
I hope to
Agostini,
remind you of that.
no, I'll tell you why it won't happen. I'll tell you why it won't happen. Ocado is a company that's 50% owned by Agostini in Trinidad
Mm-hmm.
and 50% owned by Goddard in
Mm-hmm.
right? Agostini bought Health Brands a year and a half ago and renamed it Aventa.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have bought Massive Distribution in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Agostini and company are making an aggressive push into the Jamaican market,
Correct.
similar to Seprod making an aggressive move into the Trinidadian market and the Caribbean as a whole.
And I'm
Because,
backing the Jamaicans.
but I'll tell you, Seprod used AS Bryan to acquire CPG, and
Uh-huh.
in the Caribbean they also own Stansfeld Scott. They're
Stansfield Scott.
right,
Barbados.
so they're consolidating the business.
Mm-hmm.
But what other people don't know is like there are other large players that we don't know a lot about. You will probably know them because you follow the Caribbean market. So you have
Mm-hmm.
Ansa Macau,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a huge presence in Jamaica,
Yes, they do.
right?
Sure.
So the Caribbean conglomerate has seen the value in consolidating business in the Caribbean because the
So,
Caribbean market is so much larger than the Eastern Caribbean,
mm-hmm.
and they're making an aggressive push. So they see Stafford making moves.
Yeah, so
But
my thing is, why do you think that the Giants won't clash eventually? And if they do, why do you think that the Jamaican Giants will lose? I've not seen PB Scott losing.
I never said PB Scott would lose it. What I've said is that the market will eventually. The way forward
Mm-hmm.
though is not for you to start a company and start a product range and name it, and then you go from supermarket to supermarket trying to sell a new product, going up against international brands and strong local brands. The way these conglomerates are going to grow now is by mergers and acquisitions.
Mm-hmm.
When you have reached a certain point and you control a certain percentage of market, you're not going to have a lot of organic growth very easily. So
So
mergers,
you will have to buy a competitor.
right. So you look at the market and you look at the smaller players and you say, who are the strong smaller players? Which is what Grace Kennedy did with Catherine. They look at it and say, how this would complement our portfolio.
Correct.
Agostini haven't only expanded into Jamaica, they've expanded into the Eastern Caribbean. They bought out Geo Huggins in Grenada. They bought out other companies in St. Lucia, St. Vincent. They have also gone into the ABC Islands, and they have a huge presence in pharmaceuticals. So these guys, they're building the corporate portfolios. They're acquiring companies and growing the business. So what will eventually happen is you'll have 5, 6 major players. Some will have international presence, like Chevron and Grace Kennedy. Master will have a reduced presence because they won't have a presence in Jamaica. But Agostino will have a big presence in Jamaica. And then you'll have like the Caramed and their sister company, Kurt Distributors. I don't see them making moves to acquire. They acquired local companies. They acquired Federated Pharmaceuticals. They bought the Kendall brand when it was made available. And they are huge in fast-moving consumer goods. They recently got Nestle, the Nestle distributorship. So you'll see strong local players like Lasco and Caramed. And then you'll see the big corporations controlling the rest. You'll have Grace Kennedy, you'll have the separate group, which includes Tracy and Eddie Strong, CPJ, Priden, and you'll have Agostini, who seems to be cash rich and expanding rapidly into the market. And I'm sure they want to have an even bigger presence. Acquiring health brands and acquiring Nike gives them that base in Jamaica. And I think you will see them looking at other companies that have their own brands and are distributed in Jamaica to acquire them.
I agree with a lot of the structure that you said, but I hope to remind you about this in a couple of years, maybe 10. It might take a little while, but we'll see. I look forward to it. Either way, we the investors will win. So big up you, Dale. I love the view, and of course, and I'm also surprised that you went with something other than Trans Jamaica. So big up you, but you've made a great set of points, and big up your portfolio too. Tell me something before you leave. What's your percentage yield? You don't have to tell us your money, but what's your percentage yield on this latest Trans Jamaica dividend?
I just woke up and saw the notice.
Okay. So you haven't looked at it properly yet?
Yeah, I literally came in at 5:30 and just knocked out. And when you saw me make an appearance, really and truly, that's when I woke up.
All right. Well, no problem.
Yeah, so I haven't calculated anything yet. I haven't
What was
even
it
looked
last
at
time?
I don't remember, honestly.
Yeah. Well, use your My Money JA. Use up your My Money JA. You can just click the little yield button and it will show you your actual yield. I'd be very interested in hearing what I really want to know is if you've hit double digits yet, or if you maybe you averaged out of it. Maybe you averaged out of the double digits.
I think it's still double digits. The last time I looked, because I had bought a lot. I had bought a lot on the $2. Because that was the initial investment. So that's when I sold RPL and a lot of shares and dumped all of them in Trans Jamaica. So I think my average price might be about 260, 270 now because of all the acquisition since.
Okay.
But I know for a very long time it was under $2 and I was happy with that.
Okay.
So, yeah. And then mine is mixed up with my wife because my wife started buying one share at a time.
Well,
And
as when you said 270, you wouldn't be over 10%, but well, actually no, sorry, the annual, yeah, 270. If you're under 270, the annual, uh, you could be very close. 270, you're 9.4%. So either way, I respect that. So big up to you.
You know, funny thing, me always rate deal portfolio still, you know. Because to how him set it up and him actually act to what him say him a do.
That's
So
right,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
and it's like, you can
Mm-hmm.
imagine, look at this now, you get a yield of 10% on majority of your portfolio. You know,
yeah,
that,
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
very
that
early on,
mad.
I think very early reading Warren Buffett and all of them. And something that always stuck with me was that slow and steady does the job over a long period.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that I really took to heart. Once you work out the fundamentals and are convinced, slow and steady. What did he say? It takes 20 years to make your first million, but then from 1 million to 100 million happens faster.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at DCA and things,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
it's very hard the first year, the first 2 years, the first 3 years. And you hit year 4 and year 5, and you're like, this thing is actually working out the way I thought it would work out.
yep.
And I can tell you, I have a coworker now, she's 19 years old, and she heard me talking one day. And I heard another coworker say, he's right there, he's not going to bite you. Talk to him. And she came up, 19-year-old, little thing, just started working. And she's like, Dale, I want to show you something. And she showed me her phone. She had heard us having the conversation. She went to GMMB and she opened her account. And
Love
she
that.
showed me her account with $5,000.
Love
Big up
And I
that.
said,
Love
okay.
it.
I said, what are you going to buy now? She said, I think I'm going to buy Transamaker. I said, all right, when you get paid, what can you afford every month that won't stress you out? She just started working. She said, $5,000. I said,
Okay.
$5,000 is enough. You're 19 years old. Every month you put aside the $5,000, you buy the share that you think will do well for you over the long term. And in 5 years, you give me a call and tell me how you're doing. And in 10 years, you give me a call and tell me how you're doing. And as you start to make money, you put another 5 or another 10 or whatever you can afford. You decide on another company and you do the same thing. And in 30, 40 years, you'll be happy with the decisions that you're making now.
Let me tell you something. I go one step further for you. If she's doing, we may not have $5,000, but if she have a job, she put a little bit to it. If she does that over, I mean, obviously none of us can read the future, but I think if she does that in 20 years, if she does that consistently, her choices will be whatever she wants.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, whatever she wants.
Yeah.
Just, and that's no
Mm-hmm.
exaggeration. So just to tell the people, I like to look at, I always have to, if you look Carib Cement, 50 grand a month in Carib Cement every single month over the last, let's say the last 10 years, just like Dale just pointed out. So from 2015 till now. So from January 2015 till now, if you're putting 50 grand in every month, you would currently have 22 million. That if you can only afford 50 grand, 22 million that you can lean on is massive. That's house money. Yeah,
I
that's
know
house money.
well,
And there's
no,
15
yeah.
and there's an extra 15 million in dividends on top of that. There's an extra 15. If you're reinvesting the dividends, you'd actually have 24 million, and that have been, and your dividend yield, your dividend take would have been better. So you'd have 16 million. That's from 50 grand a month in Carib Cement. And I don't know that's the best company over the last 10. There's loads of other
And then the
great
reality of
companies.
it is, a lot of people, you end up far from where you started. So what you could afford when you just start the journey is way
Yeah.
smaller than you can afford when you reach the end.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
First
That money
paycheck
increasing
versus
is a
anything
big
else.
deal.
Yep.
Oh, new job, promotion. Oh, more money can go to the investment. $5,000 more this time. Increase next
Exactly.
time. And you just keep doing that.
Yeah.
She
I
getting a
think one
start
of
where
the
a lot of
most
people wish they
important
could.
thing, I
Yeah.
think one of the most important things is developing the habit.
Mm-hmm.
Dale
Yes.
alluded to it, but he didn't actually say it. But because he was saying, when you get to year 2 or year 3, it's just, it's you're good. You're
Mm-hmm.
fine with finding this money and putting it every month. Or
Mhm.
you know what? It doesn't even have to be every month. Whatever timeline you're working with, every week, every 2 weeks, every quarter, whatever. But it gets easier the more you do it, and you get more comfortable doing it.
Mhm.
Because if you decide that money, it becomes a thing where it's the money doesn't even exist in your mind. Like
Yeah.
that part of your pay, it's just not your
The
own.
market tone, no man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And
I tell you,
once you
one of the
get
hardest
to
thing is
where you
And you
can
know the
do
funny
that,
thing?
hold on, tough.
That
Shay,
yeah
what's
man,
up?
go on, go on.
yeah,
Oh,
man,
then I
once you get
banks
to
up. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
Oh, wait there, wait there.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, go through shit. Sorry.
but yeah,
How the
that's
market
kind of
what thing
done.
go?
Once you get to a point where you can do that,
Mm-hmm.
develop the habit, strengthen the habit.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very big part of the battle.
Mhm.
Cause
Yeah, after that.
then you're not going to make excuses like, yeah, but this month me kind of want.
Do that thing. No,
Yeah,
the money
it's
already
not your money.
spoken for.
It's
Yeah.
it's not your money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the hardest thing I find with the long-term investor. Not the decision to be a long-term investor. I find a lot of people they know you actually make a decision. It sounds good, it sounds nice, whatever. But man, just stop putting your money out after a couple of months.
Yeah. Actually,
Stop
come to
greedy
think of
spending
it,
this thing for bingo.
yeah, come to think of it, Dale, and I tell you, last week we said, week before last, I said I don't know any. Last week I said, Tom Sings come close, but Dale, I no pretense, because I think about how long I've been seeing your tweets and interacting
Hmm.
with you. You've been saying the same thing the whole time. You are probably the
Mm-hmm.
only true retail long-term investor that I know.
Boom. Boom.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, really,
100%.
yeah,
100%.
true.
Consistent
And him
man.
actually a do
Yeah,
it.
man, the actual
And
dollar
what he
cost.
said,
Yeah.
I
he
think
doesn't
I
even
think experience
get
teaches
caught up.
you. I think experience teaches you because in the beginning, when you're new to the stock exchange and you're new to the market, and
Hmm.
and you're a little overexcited, they said knowledge teaches you wisdom. But when you're new, you're chasing the latest hot stock. So a friend of mine bought CPG when CPG was near 20. Um, I remember I got burnt early trying to predict the stocks that will continue growing. I got burnt
Hmm.
early doing that. And I said, a part of it is if you play the market, some of it is chance. And I'm not as gifted as she, others who can jump in and make a 5% argument. I don't have time for that. I have a career that takes up a lot of my time.
Yeah.
And when I come in, sometimes I switch on the AC and zonk out for about 3 hours because I'm exhausted. So I kind of developed the strategy that is best for me.
For your lifestyle,
That is
Right.
it.
as everyone should.
So I
That
don't
Exactly.
is it.
so I don't log on 10 times per day to track prices.
Hmm.
I know it will come out in the wash at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month. I just trust that I've made some very good choices. And if 10 years down the line I need to make a realignment or a readjustment because of something drastic that has happened, it will happen 10 years down the line. So let's do it tried and true. And I do try to preach it to a lot of the people that I work with. And a lot of my coworkers have opened accounts because of it, and they're saving a little. And they're not as consistent. And I say, don't beat yourself up. You have started. Don't put on the money and say, "Oh, I'm going to wait until I get $100,000 to open an account." No. If the minimum limit is $10,000 to open the account, open it now. The biggest step is the first step because then you'll never accumulate that $100,000 to start.
Yep.
Just start.
You find everything to do with the money
Yeah,
Just
before
man.
it reach the
start.
market.
Yeah,
But
man.
not. The dividends though. Sometimes the dividends will go for a little splurging. So a little part. The dividend is here. Let's go away for the weekend. Yeah, I reinvest a lot of the dividends, but a little portion must be to enjoy myself also. So I'm to the wife. I say, hey, can you make a dividend? coming in. What do we have planned? Let us go somewhere. And yes, her name is on the account because if I croak tomorrow, she gets everything.
Oh no, Dale, I understand.
She gets
I've been interacting
the
with you before I had a wife. I have a wife now, so I understand very much what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
She has made the best investment. Imagine that. Her deal, Dale put on money. Dale put on money. Have it clear. As someone
What a
internet
point
said,
to make.
yeah, if
What
I
a,
croak tomorrow, it's hers. Dale, she's playing this in
yeah,
court right now.
you see it. You see it. And you know the funny thing, the points them where Dale brings still now Randy are the same thing when we're teaching our different words, because you see all the way Dale talk about, it come down to two things: honesty with self and goal. Literally,
Mhm,
that's all Dale say a
mhm,
while ago. It's not, it
mhm.
even have nothing to do with experience. A man where just can start. A man can literally just start and him go to
Mm-hmm.
Danai and tell him exactly what he want. And Danai say, yo, do this. And him serious about him goal and him just do what Danai say if he do. It a go come
Yep.
like him have a world of experience because him
Yep.
really plan to do it. And not like a man where say, oh, I want buy this $2, sell it $3. When you reach $3, him not sell. $5 not sell. And then when it go back at $1 now a balling. Honesty
Balling.
with self and the goal. And that's all get damn deal up. That's
Yeah.
all. The man serious
Exactly.
Mhm,
about him goal, him have him plan, him a look for one stock 12
mhm.
years ahead. All of that are because it align up with him goal and it require him doing that level of work to be sure about the
Exactly.
decision we make. Goal, honesty with self. That's all deal.
And
And
hundred
can
That's
I tell
percent.
all.
you? And can I tell you, no disrespect whatsoever to advisors, none. I have never asked an advisor an opinion.
That's probably why you have so much money
Boy,
now.
me neither.
Um,
But you know why do deal? Because one shoes not fit everybody.
and
Say,
recently, I'm assigned an advisor from the broker. So I sent her an email about funds out
Mm-hmm.
because there was a slight delay. And she called me and we were having a conversation. And I said, since you have me on the line, this is what I'm doing. And I went through what I was doing. And I said, do you have any advice how I could tweak it? She said, no, from what I'm seeing, continue doing what you're doing. You seem to have sorted out already, and you're doing quite well. So my only advice to you is keep doing what you're doing. So I've never asked an opinion. I've never asked for a prediction on a stock. I don't buy a wide range. I decide on what I'm going to buy, and I buy it and stick it out.
Well, they ask. Did they ask you advice when you call them there? Look like we lose Dale again. But Dale, that will happen.
No,
Right?
no, she didn't ask. She didn't ask my advice.
Yet, yeah, but that will happen. That will happen.
Come on, you know, did.
Yeah,
The time
that
you
will happen.
the time you interact and realize, oh, him doing what do. Yeah, man, let's start asking.
Trust.
Mhm.
That's very common.
Yep. Well, big up Dale. Thank you for letting us here. And you let me change off of the girl now because I have to tell people. I've told people about you without even me realizing I'm talking about you. I always say that you can tell the real, true long-term investors, like for TJH, because they were buying when it wasn't the hot stock. And
Mm-hmm.
they accumulated a lot while it was at IPO price, below IPO price, and below $2 and $3. So by the time the rise happened 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, they were already in. They were seeing so many gains, and not from buying once and just forgetting about it,
Mm-hmm.
but consistently loading onto it. So
So,
I'm glad people can hear that it's not just something that these guys on the internet said. Them hear another guy on the internet say it, and him obviously know what I'm talking about.
Him
So
doing
thank you
it.
there. Yeah, man, I'm actually
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah, but a big thing he
Mhm.
said earlier about GK around they're very careful with their moves, so they're not necessarily the fastest. That's a good thing for me and my lock in. I
Yes,
Mhm.
can
you
buy
have
it
time. Yeah.
consistently for a good while when not everybody's looking there. When they don't do the thing yet, but I know the plans are
Mhm.
solid. When it comes around, as I say, well, excitement sometimes because that's a safety. That's okay. I'm in profit now. Yeah, I'll buy again for the next 10 years for another point, but it's a good thing over time when you have some profit sitting there waiting on you at any given point. So yeah. So you want your thing to be boring sometimes if you're really doing a long time thing because now I can get it at a cheap price versus every
Which,
single month I come and boy I have to buy it higher. Yeah.
yeah, which is another point that I had in mind for mine. Like then I said my pick, the
No, you can
JSC.
already
No, I still will,
can
but
TGK over here. But
yeah, yeah. So, what I want to highlight is not just the pick, but it's the point behind it, which is that you want
yes.
some. Me, I would want some not so great news. I want some bad news. I want some news that's not bad but interpreted as bad. And I also want some almost guaranteed in the longer term good news.
Good news. Mm-hmm.
But it is just it's on the horizon for a long time. So people
Mm-hmm.
see it, everybody knows it's good, but it's kind of boring
It
now.
get
And
boring.
yeah, man,
Stop wait
nothing
for it.
nice like a boring stock to load up on a boring stock, boy. Because you know that okay, it'll not be boring 5 years from now, and it happens overnight. Suddenly, the hot thing is happening. Oh no,
That,
Massey Caribbean is being bought out by I don't know the whatever by Seprod by the Seprod group, and that's
you
10
hear that
years
tomorrow
from
morning
now.
here?
Yeah, oh Jesus,
Randy say. Randy
10
say.
years early. Randy said 10 years early, so 2035. Please link up.
But I
um,
think Dale mentioned that we Cinco. He said, boy, it's so good. I think that, but that is a real thing, you know. Like,
yes.
just on the, if we Cinco keeps doing good, doing as well as they've been doing and growing as much as they've been doing, 20 years from now, I don't know. I actually do find it hard to tell. Oh, it's a $20 stock still.
Hmm.
Like
I don't
something
know. Do I
change around the
think
dollar itself and in the company itself if it actually does the growth and not ever continue.
so? There's that point I was thinking about where I mean, there's inflation, right? And not
Mm-hmm.
say it on the news inflation. Inflation is with Synco, is
Mm-hmm.
GK.
Exactly.
So
Mm-hmm.
so they're going to continue to increase, which means they're going to continue to increase their dividend payouts, and the
Keep it boring. That's fine.
yields tends to stay in a certain window.
Mm-hmm. And then and it's
Chill session, chill session. I'll talk
what I
about this.
said,
And I'll talk
value
about this on here. It's
value
all
is a real
right.
thing
Yeah,
that
man.
at a certain point it cannot be ignored. It's you have your company is great, but it's too
Hmm.
cheap and somebody can buy it. Whoo, that person is coming.
So we're back to NCE.
There you go.
Oh. All right. Who was next? Phil?
Oh my God, Phil
Yo,
has
yo,
been
yo.
waiting the whole time.
Yeah,
They
Yeah,
say
man.
man, we
local
get.
but different feel.
Wait. Oh,
No, man,
wrong
it's
field.
you, Phil. Go. But if Lopo want jump in now, if you have a complimentary point, I don't mind. For time's sake, though, I don't mind.
Yo, what go on? When I hear me?
Yes, sir. We're
Yeah,
hearing you
man.
clearly.
What go on? Good brick talk as usual. Um, Complimentary point? No. I guess I'm just
Well, let's hear what Phil said first, now.
yeah.
Don't say no yet. Let's hear what Phil said first. Phil, what's up?
Yeah, man, not much. I mean, I wanted to say before I say what my locking stock is, I would say it's a great day because main event drop a result.
Let me just
You're lucky in
let me
about
just go. I bring it up no, cause I
No,
know that's how
right
it's
now.
coming. Yes, sir. I
So
know
I
that's how
looked
it's
it and
coming.
I was like, Phil.
Yeah, man. So Phil, what is
Even though
your
I'm
lucky in
obviously
stock?
locked into that stock, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah, yeah.
choose that stock as my locking stock. Put it
Yeah, well, you
this way.
can talk about the results. You can talk
We
about the
can talk a
results.
little bit about the results. The best revenue quarter in the history of the company being listed. I can't complain. Best
Ooh,
revenue.
638 million in revenue. Phil, when
Yeah,
they
man.
IPO'd, they did not have. Oh, no, they didn't. Hold on. Let me not
It's
get it wrong.
2017 in my view.
Yeah, I could be wrong. But, I mean, while that loads,
Yeah, man.
the
I
IPO
do.
2016, 2017, well, annual revenue was 1.3 billion then. They did roughly half of that this quarter.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, good
Party.
quarter. And it's historically not the best quarter. It's their best quarter is usually their Q1, which is November, December, January. Yeah?
Hmm.
But yeah,
Smart. Hmm.
looking good, looking good.
Looking good. Turn the fates of the company around from that last quarter.
Last quarter,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. And I think it's I mean, they spoke to it about their proprietary event that they're trying to do more of, the auto show.
And the boys, the men,
Um,
or some show like that, the stage show.
that probably contributed. I know they were pushing it was Boys to Men was this quarter too, yeah.
I don't remember. I just know. I know we had the conversation in
Yeah.
the group, and then a little
Yeah,
while back,
man.
and you had connected some dots there. But or Casey
But
and
yeah.
Jojo, Casey Jojo was that no? Am I thinking the right
All
thing?
right. That was the no, Brian McKnight. Brian McKnight and Cisco and them. That's the
Okay,
one that they had this quarter.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the move that they're doing, if you think of it from just a financial point of view, it makes sense. They do the actual setup for the actual party. They know the entire party process, so
Right.
they're simply moving into an area where they're grabbing more margins
Correct.
from doing the thing that they already did.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that jives with the that little point from, was it their AGM where that point was made about changing the entirety of the whole party look in Jamaica. So I know we had a conversation in the group where we're talking about, like, I would buy a party bond. I would fund a
Yeah.
specific thing, which then guarantees more of the revenue for all of the players involved in the
There's a lot
party.
of things here, bro, that are
Yeah,
not
man.
done. I want you either
Yeah.
upon this.
Yeah, yeah. There's a deepening of the market, that a broadening of the market in a
I'm
whole
gonna be
heap of
serious.
ways.
Because
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
man.
man.
It's
asked him a question
between
about something recently and never responded. It was something along the lines of this. It was when the Justin Bieber thing came, the securitization of that.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah. Oh, the
That's a big
catalog, buying
deal,
a
and
catalog.
that's big. That's big money, and Jamaica is right there for it. Like, there's a lot of
Right
things
there.
that can be done that just aren't done. He's spoken about them, but he needs to
Yeah,
be the one moving on them because nobody else going to do it in certain ways.
it
Yeah,
take
man.
money, but we know some people it's money. So hey,
I mean,
Can
sometimes
be done.
it takes knowing people on the side, on the right side. People, like, say, if you have a connection with the artist, then you can know or go on this, and you can connect properly with the bank and make something work.
Right.
yeah, exactly,
Especially now where
exactly,
music is, but that's a long conversation.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
also trying not to say much. I
Yeah.
agree
See,
with you, but
maybe
I
I,
see
guy
it
I'm
now.
saying
Yeah,
this
I
so
talk
Yari
about that
can
stuff.
hear me and actually pick up the conversation for you.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Grammy nominated. Yeah. Anyway, go through Circle.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. So looking forward, looking forward. It's obvious. I mean, I've chosen that company, myself. But for the purposes of the conversation, I wanted to bring up SVL.
oh, I hate you, Phil.
Catch
Come
you.
on, bro.
SVL.
If
I
you're
was
saying you
like,
didn't
yeah,
choose
man.
that one to Phil,
Eh?
you say they don't choose that one too.
Oh, you can
Well,
only choose one. You can only choose
for
one.
this conversation, I
There
can
was
only
only
choose
one.
one, so I'll go with that
Yeah.
one. Which
Hate you.
I have a
All
few
right.
shares there too. But full
Me too.
disclosure.
Still,
But
still, still painful. But yeah, go through.
yeah, I had the thought that I decided to actually look it up. That there are 5 companies on the stock exchange that do more sales in a year than SVL. Right? Is
More revenue.
more, yeah. Well, not revenue, sales.
What do you
Because the
mean?
way that
Operational revenue. Operational revenue,
the
like
way
core
that
revenue.
SVL books, like, is you can't just look on the P&L statement. You have to go down into the notes to see how much money actually go through SVL
Mm-hmm.
per in a quarter, in a year. Well, in a
You know
year,
that.
because it's really one of the audited you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you know the report. What the report post? I think post GCT and
Hmm.
post there's something else that the report posts, but like long story short, there's like a significantly
And
larger
Yeah.
amount of cash.
post prize payout.
Yeah,
Post payout.
But then that's true. I didn't think about the
post payout, but
GC3.
not with the actual payout.
What do you mean?
So like if I know that somebody has won a billion, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
they haven't collected. We know somebody has won it, so we
Ah, yes.
report.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. So it's
we
you know,
report Lord less a
it's
billion.
accounting. It's yeah, yes. It's yeah. What do you call it again? Accounting when we know we're the proper accounting. I'm accounting for money that I've gained or lost, even if I don't pay it out yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that
Accrual accounting.
I bring a billion and I paying share of 100 mil.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually reporting into 900. I'm not a report and setting there. Yeah, oh boy, we made a billion and then there's an expense at 100. No, I'm reporting 900.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
pay share.
accrual accounting.
Yeah, accrual. Yes, that's the word.
Yeah, which is great here in the business cash flows, and they are cash business. But anyway, let's not see
Mm-hmm.
Phil's point. Um, yeah, he's back on. He fell off a while ago, but yeah. Yes, Phil, you hearing us? I don't know if
Yeah.
him hearing us. It look like him sound gone. All right,
Yeah,
Lopo, you
man.
hear the? Oh, he's back. All
She
right,
cut
go
They
him
through.
get
off, man.
knocked out.
Go through.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Is so those five other companies are NCB, Guardian, Massey, um, GK, and Separate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm.
notice that all of those companies and SVL is the only one that makes all of that money in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do they?
No, still.
No, currently. I mean, them said them going to be reporting some money from Ghana, but I'm talking about like 2024 audited,
All right, so
where
so the five again, because I'm gonna do a watch list of those five. So the five again, let me hear. You say Wisynco,
yeah, man. I did not
NC.
say Wisconsin, sir.
Oh, you didn't. I'm so sorry. I thought
Wisconsin
I heard Wisynco.
don't reach them levels.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Maybe it's because you said the all Jamaica thing.
Massey.
Massey. Okay.
Oh, okay,
Massive
okay.
GK and CB separate.
Um, and Guardian,
God,
Massey, GK, NCB,
Separate and
Separate
Guardian.
and Guardian.
I find the Guardian and NCB to be interesting
Me too.
because one
Mm,
sells in the other, right?
right. So I didn't even go to the trouble of subtracting and thing, but
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was interested
I
because you're focusing on sales, so I guess I was curious as
right.
to
So
how
the
you separated the
why
Guardian and the NCB and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
right. I mean, I just looked at each of them their
The
reports,
top number, yeah.
but I
Mm-hmm.
didn't go to and not just the
Top
top
line.
number, but right, but
The
all of the
SVL in the
actual
notes, yes,
revenue, the
yes, the revenue.
sales that comes in. But then SVL is a notes, right? And then it speaks to the amount of money that flows through SVL, and it's not like a traditional bank, where a lot of that money is coming from deposits that they hold in the bank. This is actual people coming to the place and
Mhm.
actual transactions and then monetizing that. Like they have a huge infrastructure that they've built, and to me I see it as a mature company. They pay dividends and everybody sees it as a big mature company, but they're also very hungry and very they is in certain ways them function like a startup.
So much more to
In
come.
in many, it's so funny that with all my frustrations with them, you said that they're a mature company. I thought, all right, but you're right. If you in the technical terms of maturity,
Mm-hmm.
they are a mature company, but
The
I don't
blue
see them as
leg
a
mature
Startup.
yeah.
company. And just remember,
They move like a growth company.
what we're seeing now is a different SVL for
Right.
most of its existence.
True,
Exactly.
true, 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 true.
Like it was acquired. and things
Exactly.
shifted heavily on those
In
on that.
2017. Yeah. That's true. And they're not just good on the bad. They also do face startup pressures.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I don't, me personally, I don't think maybe that their entire business is as healthy as I'd like it to be now. But again, I see them, is when you say it, Peter Curtin, I see them as a startup. So I don't expect
Mm-hmm.
a startup to always have the healthiest
Mhm.
books in everything, right?
Right.
Growing pains.
Yeah, they're growing
That's how
pains.
they
They are,
appeal to me, to be honest.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Part, say more on that. Let me hear, Shay?
I like that they have a runway. I think there's a long runway, or a relatively long runway.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of goes back to the point you were making about, yeah, I want there to be some bad news. I want there to be some boring periods where I'm kind of just dead it probably. Um, I'm okay with that. If I'm going to be buying for 40 years, I'm cool with them kind of just figuring
And
stuff
just
out while
figuring
I,
along. Yeah.
yeah, I'm okay with
You
that.
get more.
And
Share
then the
price.
dividend yield that they have is great. So when they actually start making
True enough, murder.
more, like the dividend uh policy is the same, so I'm going to get the same percentage of more money.
Yep. And
Um,
sorry,
so
keep
I,
going, keep
I
going.
like the runway. I like the runway. I like that there's probably going to be some growing pains and bad news, and their numbers are going to be terrible sometimes. I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
So
you
that
need
was
a
part
little
of
bit
the
of
appeal
bad
for me.
news. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you need a little
And
bit of bad news.
Mm.
Sorry, go
and
ahead,
you
go
said
ahead.
dividend policy being the same, it might be better later down. Because again, like it's the kind of business it is when you reach certain levels and them say, oh, well, we're not really doing certain things anymore, or to a
Might as
strong
well.
degree, we
Yeah.
can put more money to the payout.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Right. That's true.
True.
So, well, before I even said this, Phil, sorry, I know I'm looking at six here, but you say it's supposed to be six or five. I made a watch list. I think I'll share it with the track. I call
Oh,
it Phil's five. But you said Massey, GHL, SVL, Seprad, NCB, and GK
right. So it's 6.
is six.
The
I
other
said Phil's
5
five
are,
is
are higher than
yeah,
SVL.
yeah. I feel super six. But yeah, along the same lines, complementary to that same SVL point, I like the league. Yeah, every week I feel like we said it's like honestly, maybe we get the best deal out of us because they pay us not now. We talk about them, but
And
No,
we
I'm
we
talk
not
about
every
them all
every
pretending.
the time.
week.
Yeah, man, but I'm not pretending. There's this thing I like. There's this thing that happens with companies, and it's not just Mayberry, it's not just Jamaica, it's an international thing. When investors have some amount of say or control, as a professional investors have some amount of
Mm.
say or control in companies.
Mm.
I
Mm-hmm.
am biased in liking, as an investor, also,
Mm-hmm.
I'm biased in liking how
Mm-hmm.
those companies are run because
Yeah.
there is
You eat the same way me
always,
eat.
exactly, there's always a thought, even it's not a thought for us, that's not, human beings are selfish.
Exactly that.
It's just that, like Danai just said, they eat the way we eat. So
Right.
there's a share price that I hope SVL won't ever fall below, right? I have in mind, I've said it, I think I've said it before, that there's certain price that they won't ever fall below. Why? Because in my view, without disparaging any other, I'm not disparaging anybody, but without disparaging any other company, there are certain things that other companies don't do simply because they don't care
Here.
about
They,
investors and they don't care about the share price. It's not a part, it's not even malicious. It's truly, I'm not
Not my
thinking about the
business.
share
mm,
price. Yeah, I don't care. You only care about the share price if you're going to sell your shares. I'm never going to sell my shares. So I don't care. Right? I care about the dividend and really I
yeah.
care about the profit because I care about myself. And that's how I eat.
Bonus.
Yeah, they don't eat off the shares. So they don't do certain things. But in the case of SVL, because it is controlled or run by Mayberry, they care and have to care about it. They use the shares as collateral for the
Collateral.
bonds. So, in mark to
Mhm.
market, they are investors. Like we
Mm-hmm.
always say, that there's a whole cadre of people out there going,
Yeah, so yeah,
I,
more than just
I
protection.
actually have to think about Danai. How many times you've heard me have to correct people like in Grow and Son, when they say, well, it's a Mayberry company. Mayberry has never done an APO. I'm like, yo, like they have that reputation as, yeah, but they don't do APOs. Because APOs, well, I'm not saying why they don't do it. I don't know that they won't. The thing I have to correct people is that, yo, you mean that they
Doesn't mean
have?
that they won't.
They have
Yeah,
not.
like
Yeah,
they have not,
you just
right?
haven't seen it ever.
You haven't
Doesn't mean it
seen
won't happen.
exactly. But I do think that they are, for me personally, it'll be
I
a
think they'll be
sad
more
day.
careful around it
Yeah, man, it'll be a sad day if ever they
because
do it.
it's more
Yeah,
consideration for them than a lot of people, a lot of other places, because they have that share price worry.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a
And
tweet
number
from a
two
long,
is just I need to make money off of this thing by its price going up. So I need to do things that cause the price to go up. And it also means sometimes like that can just mean sometimes I'm buying higher because this is where I'm making my money. The In a lot of cases, people are they care a lot about I own the company and that's it.
Mhm.
My
And
dividends must reach. And my
yeah,
dividends, the dividends you think I care about, that's not real. That's not how that works. I'm not caring about the dividend increasing to year tune because me done paid already when it does this.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I gotta be fine in certain ways.
Yeah, I have plans that this is a part of the engine, and I care about the engine in a way that somebody who all they do is this engine may not care about it in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And I say all that to
Right.
say that not separate. SVL, I would love if separate. Anyway, SVL is run in that way, in my view. And that gives me some comfort as an investor, right? That's not to
Mm-hmm.
say that certain things won't happen that I
Yep.
would rather
Or
not
can't.
happen or can't, but
But you can also look at them because I can more closely see the motive of these people. I have more predictability around things or anything happening. When something happens, I can tell where it affects them, and I can then more of an understanding of what their action will be. Versus this guy that will just never sell. This guy will just never buy more. I'm good. Sit up on him 70% of the company, and the share price is not a factor to him.
yeah. And so he or she will do things destructive to the share price,
Mm-hmm.
and again, not care. But
Not care.
in this case, you don't. In this case, you don't necessarily
Yeah, I go
see
feel it, no
the
boss. So you
exactly.
have to be more careful. You have to find ways to work
In
out for you
so many ways.
to go around.
Yeah,
You got all these things to go around to find this way to work out. Versus this other guy, fine, do the deal and ush.
yeah.
Sorry guys, just the dreams we were saying never really work out.
Say, and just say shareholder value while not caring about the shareholder value.
No, I'm the
Yeah.
shareholder. My value. That's it. That is it. When the investor guy says shareholder value, me and him talking
The
very close
same.
languages.
The same thing,
Exactly.
yeah.
But when
Exactly.
Mr. Owner from over said, him value and my value different.
Mm.
Honestly.
Yeah. Like, what you mean?
The
The
shareholders are
dividend
happy.
increase. The dividend increased by 2.5%. You know what? I bought a brand
You
new
don't feel it?
Maybach. Yeah, you don't feel it. Yeah, I feel it.
We're all
Yeah.
in the same boat.
So Phil, your forever stock is the SVL.
The mighty SVL.
All right, the bank that's
Yeah,
not a
man.
bank, the
The
bank that don't
bank.
look like a bank.
That's right.
Yeah, our joke I said to deny that the difference between SVL and a bank is that a bank has to give back its
Mm-hmm.
customers their money.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That has an
So,
obligation to keep that money and have it available. Let's put
mhm.
it that way.
Yeah, but SVL gets to live in that middle ground, and they also have a what do you call that? Like I was talking about GK, and I say GK has an entire insurance.
Exactly.
Uh,
hmm They have a float
they have
available to them.
well, they
Oh
have
my
an entire
God.
Different thing.
microfinance entity within them.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a hell of a microfinance entity within them.
Evolve.
Yeah,
Evo-
man.
I mean, people talk
Evolve
about.
slash Makela. Can we say that?
I didn't know the name Michaela anymore.
No, no, it's all Evolve. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, all evolved now, and also there's something else. Like they have bits of stakes, and they are. You mentioned something that hasn't been mentioned in a long time, which is they are also what you call that. They're also
How could I
island
forget?
wide. You can get. I've said this already. You can get
Oh
Craveney,
yes,
White Rum,
strongest. Yeah,
Cash Pot, and Badmine
strongest
on
distribution
every
network.
corner
Bad
in
mind.
Jamaica. Yeah, man. On every corner in
Yes,
Jamaica, you can
sir.
get that. Yeah. They're I think they're the number one seller of credit in Jamaica, like retail credit in Jamaica, phone credit,
Yeah.
just based on that footprint. Um, and that's a digital thing. When's the last time somebody said actual physical phone card? No,
Yeah.
I said that, and then I said, when's the last time for many people? When's the last time you see? No, this is out of touch stuff. As in say cash. But my point is that it can very well be a footprint for many other things, including money.
Yeah. I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to that happening.
What
Me too, my
happened?
brother. Jesus Christ, me too.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
mobile wallet settings. I mean, they're getting into the remittance business and the bill payments,
Hmm.
which is I think the next step is the mobile wallet kind of business, and they have. I mean, like you said, they have stakes in dollar. I think there is greater synergies, likely to be ahead. I mean, I don't know. Um, and they
Well, the same
have,
owners, not so. It's definitely the same
yeah,
WhatsApp group.
exactly. and and the stake in Kia as well, which is this international company. I don't know if there's gonna be business synergies there or if it's just an investment, but either way, I think as a
You tell
shareholder,
me.
I am.
You tell me.
Well, if it look
What do
like
you
a duck,
think? Exactly.
if it walk like a duck and
And
it talk like a duck,
what the man play?
All right.
Yeah.
exactly.
The
I'm not hearing anything.
oh
I hear
wow,
you. You heard me,
Shay,
Shay?
money up again. Shay, you hearing us?
Oh, she knew that's why she can't hear.
Yeah, mute
Can't
everybody.
she can't afford. We can't afford to to make her hear us. She?
No,
She's still not
she
here.
just jumped off.
She jump off.
Yeah, that's the space too much people join into the space losing some of its strength. But yeah, in the
In the
meantime,
Keo thing, the boss, actually the Keo guys, when they were on the Mayberry forum, they did speak to the plans to expand it into the Caribbean and Jamaica specifically.
the Keo guy,
There,
there's a Mayberry forum with the Keo guys.
yeah, there was a Mayberry forum a few
Mm.
months ago where they brought on the founder and one of the executives.
Spanish speaking gentleman who lives in the US,
Yeah,
works out of
he's
Miami.
actually Italian. I thought he was
Really?
Spanish all this time, but he's Italian.
Word.
Paolo Fidanza.
I said,
He said he was Italian
He said he's Italian.
this is
And then I hear
no.
listen to him accent because I
and he
work
sounds
with a guy
Italian.
with an Italian guy and yeah, he's Italian for sure.
Wow, wow. But I mean, regardless of him come from, I'm happy at the things that have been happening. But just to tie that point together, Phil, I mean, you know what Kia World does?
Yeah,
It's digital small loans, if you will.
right. Pretty much.
And SVL's microfinance arms and Mayberry's microfinance arms do small loans, and SVL is very big on going to digital.
Hmm.
So we know what that means, right?
Yeah, makes sense, right?
Yeah. Uh yeah. So like you said, if he walks like a duck, it looks like a duck. It's probably a duck. That's not at all a bad one either.
Yeah,
And it's giving you a lot of opportunities for patience.
correct.
Yeah. A whole heap of opportunities for patience.
An accumulation.
Exactly. Uh, Loco, you can make your points now. We're wrapping soon. So let me hear your points. Let me hear your forever stuff.
Yeah. Well, you guys have very interesting forever stocks. My thought on forever stocks was to be very boring. Um, and
Forever boring, no?
uh, I don't know. My idea of a forever stock is and
If Lopa says my stock, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised.
because
Let me let,
because come
let me
on,
hear it,
man.
Loco. Let me hear it,
Go
Loco.
ahead.
Let me
Go
hear
ahead.
it.
Um, I had two when I was thinking boring.
You can only pick
Uh,
one.
yeah, so it was
Because I'm
between
down to
one or
one.
two. It would have been one or the other. Um, and I think I'm gonna go with the newer one that popped in my mind and got Epley.
Oh.
Ooh,
Mm,
word,
rich man choice. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
word.
Huh.
Play only boring if you don't pay attention. You know?
Oh,
Mm.
Zine?
Yeah, play only boring if you don't pay attention.
Well, I can see why it would be in the boring in my mindset. It's boring because it's real estate, and it's boring because I
Which
want
Epley though? Sorry, which Epley? Set the ticker.
study ticker. Hold on.
Yeah.
Think them on the not the not the EP one, the other one,
TPFV.
the CPFE. Yeah,
Okay, okay, that's interesting. Okay.
CPFE. I
All
think.
right.
Um, let's make sure I'm not the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
You are Caribbean Property Fund. The fund,
yeah,
the value fund. I think last week or the week before I'd
yeah,
mentioned
man.
the
Yeah,
V.
another one
But
there. Yeah,
yes,
man.
the value fund. That's what the V stands for.
Yeah, man. Value fund, right? Um, yeah. The yields are great, and once they can keep paying that out, that there's no. I mean, there's there's no evidence of. I guess there was a one-off issue when it comes to yield around
Mm-hmm.
certain prices, but yeah, I think the yields are great and consistent. And I was thinking boring because I'm thinking if I go buy something all the time, I either want
Mm-hmm.
to know the price, um, I want to have a good feel of the range that I'll be getting, and what I'm getting for what's in that range.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything get like excited, I can have a threshold where I say, all right, well, like you never sell the stock. You just say you only buy one stock. So if it go
Correct.
up, right? So if it go up out of my range, and that's a good problem. Me sell whatever portion I'm comfortable selling at the volumes that's there, and then me plan for rebuy again. I know say the range that more than likely I go come back unless something really graphic happen. I may just go on buy, and just start collect more and more money as the years go on.
I wonder if you know how mature as an investor you are. No, saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny
Rich.
thing. What did Epley do with CPFE?
What did Epic do with
The
CPFE?
exact same thing you just said. They don't watch at them run it. They also bought it. They're large holders of it. They feed the business as they can. I would assume that maybe they traded. I have my own thoughts around that. Um, and then what did they do either earlier this year or last year? Bought the majority of it
Right.
at a price when it was cheap, and then now they own and control the number one dividend payer out of the ordinary shares on the JSE. Did exactly what you say, and now the dividend, like the current yield, if you're a regular person just buying it on the last day, you're getting 7.59%. Them, I think they're getting a little bit more than 7.59% yield of real estate that they also
Control.
not just control but also have a great mistaken, right? Like I don't know if we said it on here, but like the Atlantic Hardware had a fire. They moved. They got bought out
Right.
by the conglomerates, the teams of people who came together to buy it, and they moved them into a property that is leased from,
I think of CPFV as a wallet, bro.
of course, but it's a wallet that they care about.
Exactly.
Well, no, well,
I mean, I care about your wallet, but in ways it is in ways
What's
that
so
the other wallet we
shady?
talk about not really care about anything. You know?
yeah,
have a stronger care.
yeah.
And this why the wallet must give me back more than I put it. And I'm doing so much things across the board that this wallet just can sit on. Like, oh, I'm getting this new business. Then it's better for my new business to operate out of my
Mm-hmm.
building than that guy's. And we see this approach we think that I think of this with these guys all the time because they have an insurance company. They have two. They made a thing there. They made a
Who you think they have to give Atlantic Hardware insurance? Their insurance
But
company.
you can see this kind of intention across the board from them. They have a
Oh yeah.
they not only have a general insurance, they have canopy, and they literally did that. Oh, we're
Mm-hmm.
switching all of our employees onto our own
Canopy.
insurance thing there because better me pay me than me pay him.
Drop Sagicor numbers the year them do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then, hold on. And then over the last few years, think about all the acquisitions that they've done over the last few years through their entire network.
Mm-hmm.
All of those companies, like, remember you getting insurance somewhere
Exactly.
else.
And if we get in the building too, guess where that building will sit? In
Of
my
the-
building portfolio.
Of course, because okay. And when you look at the new high rise that was built recently, but it's not yet furnished, and they talk about who the expected tenants are.
Mm-hmm.
Is it you can see the same thing by just going on My Money J and going to the just go to like the top shareholders and click one of them, and you'll see everything else that them linked to. Same kind of setup. It's the same kind of tenants in that building. And then when I look at that, I say, I wonder where them going to buy fixtures from.
Yeah.
Or cement. Where are these guys gonna get cement from? Not sure, but I know where I'm making my bets.
And also,
Yeah, that's
just in general, boring is also, for me in my head, boring against things I fear as well. And a lot of I fear APOs. And I'm not saying that an APO is impossible for anything on the market, but it gives me a little more confidence if I just feel like just a flow of business where I just feel like it's just solid, streamlined, but not necessarily see no big thing where all of them something I go on them do it a certain way. All of the acquisition them go on them do it a certain way. So me I worry about that too. That's why I mean because I'm stuck
yo,
with one.
they did the only here. Dan and I talked about that before. They did the only APO that
TV make money off.
that it work out with, you know.
Yeah, they never really
Yeah. I mean, there was a follow,
solve
but
some things, you know.
and they didn't call it an APO at the time. And even then, they have done dilutive. Even now, they do dilutive. To their credit, they have done dilutive moves, and I've been a shareholder knowing that they're doing dilutive moves, and I didn't stop being a shareholder.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think I either still have or sold the last of my AS Bryden shares relatively recently. An amount of dilution and pumped through AS Bryden. But to quote their, well, you said CPFE, so it's not really them, right? But to quote one of their CEOs in the group, the larger group. Remember, if their cost, as long as the value of the asset you're getting exceeds your cost of capital. Remember, guys? He said that at the AGM. Shout out to Richard Pandoy. And it has worked out since. So that's actually a very impressive pick in my mind, Loco. And it's still real estate.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is.
They probably the only real estate that's not boring.
And then they'll have the
So that's
big
Sunday
pay
motor.
period.
No,
Drop
CPF.
I mean, it's real estate, and it never needed an APO, and it do have the big K period announcement we just dropped.
Hmm.
Hey boy.
What announcement is that, loco?
Hey boy.
Which announcement is that? I didn't catch that one. What
So
was
much,
it?
so much million bun up in our investment in Atlanta property.
In real
Yeah,
estate? Or real estate is safe.
No, we sell the land, everything good. That was never
that's
more.
where it go. Foreclosure
According
mirror.
that's how I'm listening. I was saying what the internet told me, bro.
You know what's funny? I wonder, shout out to VM. I wonder if they're gonna be sharp and like maybe raise and use the funds and buy back the foreclosed property. Buy out the partners and own the property themselves. Because they could do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's possible. Well,
They could do that.
that's
Hmm.
doubling down, boy. That's doubling down.
Hey, if you do the thing already, if you do it, you don't do it.
And you already booking the loss from it.
Yeah.
You book
Yeah,
the loss from
yeah.
it, you might as well take the money, buy the
And make some
thing,
profit off it. Yeah.
assuming that you can though.
You can, yeah.
Assuming
Yeah.
that you can. Assuming that you can. I mean, there's always opportunity in it, and that's a good another facet of a good facet of a forever hold, right? You don't always want good news. You don't want sunny days every day. You need some rain in order to appreciate the sunny days. Um, so yeah, we've been going forever though. I don't want us to keep going much longer. So I mean, I'll wrap with mine. Although we kind of said it earlier, JC is mine.
She ain't a dropper, is it? No, so
That's true. Sorry, Shay, bless us with yours
Well,
before we cut.
well, you know what? You know what? Filthy if my real one, but I could say I could say Cygnus. It's
Ooh,
nice
I
and
thought I
boring.
heard
Nobody
something else. I
really
heard Ike,
cares. It
and then I
has a
said,
nice
eh.
little, up and down sometimes. But it's not really no wild swings. I don't see any wild swings coming. Um, and if I hear APO, I can sell and buy back, and the dividend will be better. So yeah,
We hope.
it's right now
that's
it's what 3.9% per dividend. So
that's
if when the
that's
next APO it gone up again, so I'm good.
that's
I'm
actually
good.
interesting. I never thought of that. That's actually interesting. So you're not banking on any.
We said the APO will be the storm you can get, you can navigate
Yeah, man,
around,
and
in
get
and
more
out
money.
around it. Yeah,
Yeah,
And if
more
they
shares
if
you could
they
have sold before.
that's
yeah
interesting. You're leaning into the
um
problem. That's actually interesting. That's not the worst. That's a very interesting. Share your body now.
I think you don't know that.
thank you.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting because it's almost guaranteed in my mind that they'll continue to do APOs.
Yeah, man,
Or
big up.
yeah,
um yeah, what dividend
or
yield?
maybe time will force them to do the creative movements like the other players do with the
I
And
big move to
then
don't.
get money.
more fun for me if they if they have some epiphany and decide not to do APOs. Um,
I think
so either
APOs may
way,
fall out of favor. I'm hoping that they fall out of favor, but forget the term APO. Dilutive secondary offers to the wider public,
mhm.
I hope will fall out of favor, but I don't know if they will. But if Signals might be one of the lead people who will get smart and do it, but I don't know. Unlike the earlier mentioned companies, I don't know if they care about their wallet like that.
No, I don't think so. But
Yeah, I think
that's
they're
also I'm also okay with that because they're good at their jobs. Just do what you do. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to worry about if you can do it. You can do it. I've seen you do it. Um, so just do your thing. Pay me my dividends of 8% or more. Um, and they didn't even do that increase yet that they said they were going to do in terms of dividend. So like there's some runway for that as well. Um, so yeah, nice boring pick that pays me 8% per year untaxed.
in US dollars. Yeah, that's
Yes,
and it will have. Well, I shouldn't say will, but I would not be surprised if they have a. I would not be surprised if they have a. Like I think they could do something interesting with the Puerto Rico thing in a couple of years.
exactly.
No, as whether or not they'll do it in a way that benefits Cygnus Credit Investments Limited
That's a
shareholders is another
question.
matter. Yeah,
Hmm.
but that's not a bad pick at all. You're definitely eating off the dividends there. They can manage money well, you're afraid.
Hmm.
That's not bad. All right.
And if I'm
So,
stuck with people I want them to be people who are good with money.
yeah, yeah, it certainly helps. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, I'll wrap with mine. Mine, like I said, is JC. The market, it's the monopoly that nobody thinks of as a monopoly.
Hmm.
They do monopoly things still, but you know, the monopoly is like corruption. You hate it when it doesn't help you. And in this case, it can help us with them being a monopoly because they're the only market, they're the only stock
Exchange.
exchange in Jamaica and the most exciting exchange in the Caribbean. And so if there's any Caribbean consolidation, it's likely gonna happen. I mean, the most exciting one is gonna, you'll say it's a
Try,
merger of equals, but
but
some are more equal than others.
none others are right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So snowball
um,
effect.
exactly. And also for the beauty I've found with the JC is that people tend to not be able to very quickly separate the share price. Well,
From the
in
market.
stocks, no, in stocks, normally people struggle with separating the share price from the company. With the JC, people struggle with separating their idea of the market's health from the company JC.
Company. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and
So
and
that's some big thing bad times.
yeah, man, yeah, man.
Big thing going on.
You hear people talk about JC for like the last, let's say, 3 or so years.
Hmm.
You would think that this company is struggling. You wouldn't think that you go back 3 years, that's their second most profitable year ever. You go back 2 years, it's their fourth most profitable year ever. And then you go
Hmm.
to last year, that beat it to become their fourth most profitable year ever. And they're halfway through this year, and they're already halfway up last year's fourth best profit.
Hmm.
And they also are and they also like you can track. We've spoken about this before, where you can track so much of that company as a shareholder without them telling you, so you can know way ahead of time. They are a dividend paying company. They have a nice dividend actually. Is it top 10? Yes, they're number 9 actually right now. Number 9, and they tend to pay twice a year. They just got new leadership. I mean, shout out to Dr. Street Forest, who is calling it in at 21 years of service. I have a new
25, man, 25.
25.
And she
Apologies,
was holding out for the
25.
25.
Yeah, well, no, what she got. This is it, right? But she's presided over an exchange for more than 2 decades that has grown, and there's this new leadership. Let's see how the new leadership goes, but there is no stopping the train that is this company, right? And it doesn't get the praise it deserves, which is what I'm okay with while I'm accumulating, right? And it's a bit of a open secret for those who know. The JC is actually a very nice company. I would not mind. It is 100% my pension company. It's my yeah, I would pick it for the rest of my life as a stock to buy because there's no going on. And everything exciting that happens on the market,
JC
JC.
must feel it.
Yeah,
I,
exactly.
I laughed when I picked it as mine. So I say I know Randy will pick it too.
A hundred
But the
percent. You
thing
know
about
that.
it is this
Yeah.
is this is literally us putting our money where our mouth is. Because
Exactly.
we do so much here. Like, it's not because we truly do see a lot in this thing, you know?
Yep. 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 I
Yeah,
mean,
I was thinking the first thing when you posed the question is because you said stock. I think in my mind, the company that I'd want to quote unquote buy / have forever would be the company that I'm making and controlling. But if not, and I'm doing a stock and I'm not in the market, then I have to believe in stocks. So then you have to go JSE.
Yeah. Think about it. I truly despise APOs. But when they happen, those fees are paid. Right? Those fees are paid, and those fees are paid to the JSE. We just saw the notice come out. BPM Financial is now going to be a member dealer. That's more fees. That's more trading. We do this show every Friday about things on the JSE. Like that I was saying, Danai's business is on the JSE. My businesses are on the JSE. I mean, not on the JSE, but they're linked to the JSE.
They're tied to it.
Completely. Like it only makes sense. Like it's an open secret for those who have sense and know. I am definitely not telling anybody to buy it or to sell it. Well,
It's more monopoly than monopoly, bro. Like, look on it.
People don't think of it as a monopoly. That's a crazy thing.
Their players and customers and universe are also their owners. So there's a strong buy-in from everything around them. And you say the only one, literally at this point, like certain things that the country is doing have to touch the JSE.
The political party that won the election had as a promise in their manifesto to give the JSE more revenue. Thank you.
There's so much. Oh, Jamaica has to have certain things like Jamaica. Cool. You believe in Jamaica, but even more than that, the country itself has a buy-in that their growth plans have to be tied to this thing. So even if they don't know it, even if you don't believe, say, boy, the plan they're going to, you know that there are certain actions that will be done that will be pushed in that direction.
Like I hate APOs, but I count the shares and I count the fees.
Love the fees.
Yeah, man, I love the fees. I look at all the dividends. I look at all the trades. I see. Why do you think I know Transjamaica is the most popular stock? I'm paying attention. Every one of those trades have some fees. Buyouts happen. Those buyouts happen for free. Yeah, you have to pay. Yeah.
So all these plans we make around the market, JSE, every single one of them. So the way I look at it, it's me doing like you're telling me, I have to look at everything on the market and ignore them. I can't make money from them. But me knows that there's a guy that make money from them too. Like, instead of me investing in it, I'm finding a guy that's actually very invested in it.
Yep. It's wild to me. I could make the case that it's one of the most undervalued. If you come from that angle, one of the most undervalued companies on the market. But feel free to ignore it, please. And if you own some, feel free to sell it. Sell it below. Bring it back down to 10. I need to free my boy and mash it up. Free my boy and make him write 2 things about it. Yeah, man, make him write something about it again, man. Bring it down, man. Bring it down. Bring it back down to 10. So JSE is my pick. And I thoroughly enjoyed all of you guys' picks. Then you told us yours. What was yours again?
Oh, it was JSE. I don't know.
No, other than JSE. What was it?
I was GK.
GK is a strong one. I don't know. I think maybe the best. I want to say Lopo. No, or Shays. I'm going to give Lopo the edge over Shay just because.
I love Lopez.
If we're further out there, bro.
Yeah. And Shay.
Because I wasn't even thinking about the one he chose. Like at all.
It takes some thought of.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at something that I never hear nobody else about this thing. I'm just looking at it and saying, yo, that makes sense.
Man, pick the same thing PB Scott pick.
Look at that. Reach out.
Same tax bracket, you know.
Yeah. Same tax bracket. Man. You know you want to talk? No, you can't hear him tonight.
I put a propaganda out there.
Anyway, people.
I see him unmute and I see the thing moving. I hear him.
Yeah, it was saying something about propaganda, but money people thought that. Them steer on election time. Yeah, man. Anyway, Time come for this episode. So thank you guys very, very much for listening to us or watching us. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you got some knowledge from it. Big up Shay. I see you drop off the camera, but I hear you still. Thank you
No,
for
man, I'm there. I don't know why yeah, I'm
no,
here.
no. It's all
Technical
right.
difficulties.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties, but we're doing it.
Yes.
I thoroughly enjoy the show. Every night, every time we
Same.
do this, I think, boy, I could do a quick 2 hours. Every time,
Same.
every time I look around, I'm like, Jesus Christ, how late it is. But
Oops.
thankfully, yeah, I think it's good. I'm enjoying the conversation. So thank you guys very much. Thank you, Danai. Thank you, Shay. Thank you to everybody who came on and gave a voice, gave a view. Um, yeah, and anybody listening to this in the future, as usual, most of the people listen in the future. Actually looked on the numbers day before yesterday. I was actually surprised. I was actually surprised. I was looking
You
for
know what? I haven't
300.
been checking.
I don't check. I
Uh,
don't really care. I want it to be out there, but I was actually surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
It's other people tell me the numbers. It's other people tell me the numbers, and I'm
yeah,
like,
exactly.
I haven't
really.
looked. I
Yeah,
haven't
but I'm
looked.
always happy if, like, 200-300 people listen to this, because out of those 300 people, one person might get some change from it. Well, a little more than 200 people listen. So if you listen to this in the future, uh, enjoy your time. I hope you enjoyed the episode. Thank you guys very, very much. Shade, and you want something?
You want to big up the people.
Yeah,
Thanks
man.
for tuning in. And for the beginners, there's a really good part at the start that can lead a lot of your thoughts going into this investing thing. So listening really hard on that. Take out of the lessons. If you have questions, you can always call in next Friday. Talk to us. We'll have the conversation as you can see. So
Yeah,
thanks for
man.
tuning in. See you again next week, people. Big up.
Yep.
Enjoy the
See you
weekend.
Hey,
again next
Danai,
week.
Randy.
Man, bless up.
You can't hear
Yes.
yourself, but I'm seeing thing and move.
Yeah, I'll translate.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Tom.
Translate.
No, man, you know, say, me did really want to add earlier why me did come on to speak. Why brick talks are important to the market. And it was the same, how the guy named Chairman, the conversation with Chairman, and the question
Mhm.
where then I asked him. And it kind of showed me, say, there's a lot to learn from brick talk, because him have a good plan, but as I said, the goal and certain things need to sort out, and him just, as Shay said, need to put the pieces them together.
Yeah, man.
And it kind of show you, huh?
Sorry to cut you, but he's the kind of investor I worry about. Like, you guys in the group hear me talk about.
Yeah.
He's the kind of investor I worry about, because they're trying, they're doing all the things that they think are good,
Mm-hmm.
and depending on where you say those things, they're incorrect
Yeah,
things.
exactly. So
You
that's
will,
what me that get to.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. I worry about investors like that, because you'll get burned and then you'll turn your back on the market when.
And you go put bigger money in it next time.
There's a big
Yeah.
part in that too. With sometimes around the conversation on how it happens, because
Mhm.
sometimes it's not that the people talking to you thinking, they're not being malicious towards you. And another thing too, sometimes they just don't truly hear the questions in what you're talking about. They don't get that you're coming from a different
Yep.
angle. Most time I jump to conclusion on somebody saying, or Randy said, no, make him like I'm answering the question somebody just asked, or responding to a statement somebody just put forward. But then Randy said, yo, no, explain that. And then when the person says what they're saying, if they don't explain it fully, like, oh,
Yeah, you get
there's new context now. Maybe we weren't
Yeah,
asking
man.
like that, or you probably just get a very you show the thing. They show you like a lot of the ignorance around what you were coming with, just by explaining what they were, and say, oh, okay, a different answer to it. If I didn't respond to you here, boy, it's like you see a company, you come to me and tell me a company I own and already invested in and tell me why it's good. And you tell me something, and I just say, oh yeah, man, that's great. And me and you on two different lines. I'm selling you
Exactly.
Exactly.
while you
Two
wait
different
next 10 years.
timeline, two different goal, everything different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wisynco is a great company, strong balance sheet, massive sales, same share price as 5
Bag
years
of
ago.
money.
Yeah, no, if you
Great
come to me,
liquidity.
ask what it, yeah, and I say yes, or then I say,
I mean, I think the
it
dividend
sound
up
good.
on the top 10 either.
Unlikely.
Food Cinco.
No, they're 25
Doubt
on
that.
this list. They're number 25 on
Exactly.
this list.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
terrible.
So the fundamentals now work at all.
Yeah. But
Right.
if you have
It
been
depends
dollar
what you're going
cost
for.
averaging, yeah,
Exactly that.
Wisynco is not a bad company to
A
make your
goal is a
forever.
goal.
Yeah,
Like
you
if you're doing a lock-in,
yeah.
and it's
Mm-hmm.
very say I don't want to say I said this and I know
And that's why
people
the
do it. I don't
questions
want to
them
do the
need
wrong
to
way.
ask.
I immediately say and I'm also an advisor. Okay, yeah, I don't want
Come
you
on.
Yeah.
saying the thing you think I'm saying.
Yeah.
So lock in whatever I can give you the reasons why it's a good lock in. But a big I say Randy, a big part of the lock in, the conversation isn't around what stock you're buying. It's why am I buying that? Why is that good lock in?
Mm-hmm.
So and
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
those are a very personal answer. Shay tell us why I think they work, CPFE work for think they're low. It doesn't mean it works for you. As
Exactly.
thing that Dale said
Exactly.
it well too.
See what
His
deal say?
the
In
timeline of
probably
his
about
research is
30
like
years. Yes,
exactly. It's
yes,
very different
yes,
from
yes.
everybody else having the
The part they say
conversation.
I made say
So
bingo.
why it works for
Mm-hmm.
him doesn't mean it works for you as well. The
Exactly.
conversation is not
Exactly.
about okay, which stocks are great. It's why does this work for what
For
you're
you.
doing with
Yeah,
your
yeah.
portfolio and your money.
Exactly.
And that's why the question them important that if people don't have place where them can literally get somebody asking them about these questions. You can imagine you have a group of 1,000 people, 2,000 people, and all like 90% of them are talk about the same stock. No, that not sound right to me. Because
One to watch.
there's no
One
way
to watch. One to
90% of
watch.
people, 90% of people have the same goal. Me not believe so. Me not believe so. Me not believe
No,
so.
No.
you see, sometimes you see like all of those things happen in a way again that's very obvious to somebody like you. You're looking at you understand certain things, you're looking for certain things. Like the people tell on themselves, not necessarily saying them bad, but they tell you directly what they plan to do sometimes or whatever. And you realize five
Mm-hmm.
different man just said five different things and everybody else say yeah.
And
Because we
nobody
got
says
10,
no.
but why me
Nobody
not
Nobody
put
says
all of my money in it
questions.
now?
Emmanuel say something that's contradictory to what he said. So I just say, and I'm gonna say, yeah, for real. Like, what am I gonna
Yeah.
say? You're not gonna say if me you're gonna say that and everybody else is gonna say that. What am I gonna say? That's not the conversation. It's everybody gonna do this thing and to go work out.
If everybody
And
do it, it
that's
can't
a
work.
very easy thing to do. It's
I always
just
ask myself if I would have put all
absolutely
of my
wrong.
money in or something, you know.
Yeah,
I always
I
ask
asked Randy
myself.
that
If it's so sure,
before
why
we put the
not?
break. I asked Randy. I say, yo, if you sell something and put your money in, I think that if you sell one, if you sell everything and put all your money in this one thing, what would it be?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's a
that's
good
the
question.
genesis of it. Yeah, it's a
Good
great
question.
question.
And
And it's so
then you
funny.
hear more thinking.
We had that conversation early brick talk days, so that'd be like maybe 20 early earning season. That'd be 2019,
Mm-hmm.
2019. It'd be
Yeah.
2019. Um, yeah. And I think about how I think about it now versus
Mm-hmm.
then. And funny enough, I think about also other investors knew like Tabs a while ago. Boy, like him not think he'd ever do it. And I am thinking it's inevitably going to do it, Tab. Like if
Mm-hmm.
you're a good investor, you're going to naturally, you maybe not go all in one, but you're going to
But
have some,
you'll find a home. Find a
yeah,
base.
yeah. Look at
Mm-hmm.
all of the funds. MJE have SVL. You have a whole heap of pensions that have NCB. You have a whole heap of NIF have NIF probably have a nice spread. We should look at it. GK
But
have one or two things. Like it's just how it works. You have a stake, and then
Mm-hmm.
you have other stakes that do
work
other
everything
things, and
else
then it
around
come
it.
back to exactly. It's just
I
it's
say him again, Mr. Buffett. Like, his thing is I'll go buy as much as I can and my money now go done before I get enough. So I'm going to get
exactly
everything, and I can't buy anymore really. So I have to find something else. Imagine that's a
exactly.
good decision to be making. And if you get up and say, "Yo, I want to find something that I would love to sink all my money into this thing, but I just have too much money at this point." So I'll find many things that I would
Yeah,
just
can't go one
if my
place.
money could have fit, all five of these things would be the thing my money is in. So one
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
them would have work if it could work. If I could do one thing.
Yeah. I know what happens
Yeah.
is that that thing becomes such a true cash cow for you that when something else comes along that's good, the cash cow allows you to go heavy into that thing. And if that thing is
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
good, it
Mm-hmm.
becomes the one thing. Like you mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
Buffett. Buffett had Berkshire for a long time. Got Geico, and blew up and became the big thing for a long time. Then
Mm-hmm.
I think what Pepsi or Coca-Cola for a long time. Then it got like famously Apple. Oh, and he's not really into tech, just Apple.
Mm-hmm.
But the Apple stake is the Apple stake is massive compared to the rest of the portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
And then now Apple causes a bunch of other things to be paid. Yeah, that is how it works. So consider forever stock. That's not to say that you should dial in on one, but if that's what you do, there are worse decisions out there than that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a great point. And thanks for bringing that up at the end there, Tav. I don't know if I interrupted you or you had something else.
No man, that me did really want to talk to the importance of having somewhere where everybody now go just agree with you and then you come up with a stupid point or the point not enough is stupid. The point just need to be stress tested and really flesh out if you really want to do what you say you're gonna do. And people actually picking up and say, yo, no, I know that. Yeah, I say that, but I know that you want. Because you can, what you say, nah, I don't.
Win or lose in those situations, meaning you still gonna make the play. I find that you're better for it. Like, say you go in a position, you say you stress test the play, but your decision at the end of it was this good. You're still going for it, and it doesn't work out. I find that people that they more quickly then see the not working out and can act on it because the conversation they just had was maybe it can't work out. How can it not? What was not working out look like? What was working out look like?
Exactly.
People don't know that.
Exactly.
People don't work out what working out look like. So when they start having that conversation, and very quickly, this not work again because I know what I was actually looking for this thing to work out.
Exactly. I find that the longer the investor takes to ask themselves those questions, accept those questions, and also answer them for themselves, because nobody can really answer it for you, is the harder, is the longer it takes them to get good at the market. And the more
Randy,
you'll find them saying that they think that is magic or it's a scam or something like that. Yeah. Sorry, Tav, you were saying something?
No, man, me that say and that's the thing. Some of the time somebody will say something, they mean it, but them not really act like that because of the conversation again. Because somebody that's why you have a boardroom, You get me? People talk about certain plans, but the way me I think about it, me not think about like certain aspect of it, and another man in the boardroom where we have a different experience with something linked to that can say, yo, you know say that not gonna work though. And me I say, yo, why? Me done plan out everything, see all I take to go work. But me say, yo, based upon my experience, this can't work with this, and then all of a sudden now me have something else to think about. So while a man might have him plan out or him think him have it plan out away, it's just good to have conversations with people where can question you about something, and then when you really think about it now, you can basically you can feel more comfortable going into your place. And just that me I say. Because somebody tell you right, but you need to know what come up. Like, hurricane, if we drive that route, a hurricane I go the other scene or just certain things.
Yeah.
They can help you.
So about the same Trans-Jamaica. Think about how many people here talk about Trans-Jamaica and really talk about it as if it's the retail that has sent it up to $4 odd and down to $3.
And the whole thing about the tag. Yo, brother, me can't even last me drive all the road. It's like me not have a question say, yo, the toll faster. It's like all road not see me. You feel like me care? Me literally not care. Me just go straight on the highway, put on my foot 120 on the clock, go right through. You get me? So it's like me now got things say traffic not on the highway other than the boot, and you go how long you go stay at the boot for if you not have the tag.
And even if you have the tag, I think you see that's the difference. That's an understanding now of what the actual thing is and what it actually does. The benefit of the tag is not for the company is not really.
No, it's not the extra revenue.
You know the benefit of the tag is you give the company, you pay for tolls before you take them.
Yeah, prepay.
That's the benefit. That's the real benefit of it. Yeah, that's the real benefit of it.
People are pass off with all thousands of dollars on them tagging around it.
Yeah, the first time I put a tag on my vehicle was probably the last time I ever did the whole regular tour. No, as in once I topped it up and I was like, wait, he was right. You go through the shorter lane, It's sweeter. You don't have to talk to nobody. You go right through. You
Yeah,
go
man,
around the little
straight
traffic
through.
at the booth. And then the next time you get a notice say, oh, the balance is low, I never top it up with one toll. But top
That's
it up. So that I'm
When
paying
me top
for
up my can of
I'm
10 grand, I put on each vehicle. 10,
think
literally 10 grand. Cause me I say, all the while I go in the lane and me I go through the tag lane and me I look on them people. And me I see how them people are really have time still, you know.
so
Them
think
like
about that.
really have time.
You paid for like 10 grand worth of toll passes for
Mm-hmm.
each of your vehicles long before the vehicles went through the toll. That's the real benefit
Exactly.
of the thing. Yes, it's revenue. Yes, it is
Exactly.
profitable, but it's and it's cheaper revenue, but it's a shifting of how you want people to think about it, and it will help the business in the long term. But it's not going to help in the way that somebody might think about it. So I don't know. It's gonna send the
Mm-hmm.
share. The, the total is not gonna send the share price to $10 in 3 months. But if you are not, if you are, again, as I said when I was talking to him, if you have that conversation almost anywhere else, almost nobody's gonna say no.
Yep.
And
I just agree. And you know the
they're
funny
gonna
thing
come
too?
by you. Yes, of course. Yeah, of course. That sounds good. Yes, you're right. The new leg.
You see that top thing there, Andy? Where them are
Mm-hmm.
develop now, I mean, if it start already, where you can just basically tap your card at the boot and go through.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yo, that happy come out of fee, you know, brother. Everybody have a pop out credit card, you know. You get the I say? So when you
Oh
think about it
yeah.
now, if
Oh,
majority
carry the
of
boot.
people go
You tell
through that
Lisa.
Yeah.
and a credit card
Shout
that
out to
shrink.
Lisa Hanna and the dog.
Oh yeah, such a nice
Anyway,
dog.
Tab.
That
You
credit
say good
card, you
night.
know.
You come draw you out now, my brother. Yeah,
No,
when
but
we say no.
Bridget, no man, we just have to add that part, man. We can continue next time. But we just have to add, say, yo, you know, the space was missed and it was needed. It was required. You get me?
Well,
It was
thank
really
you. So
required.
I'm happy that we're back, my brother. I'm happy that we're back, and I'm also enjoying the conversation. So big up you.
Yeah, man.
All right. So night again, everybody. All right, guys. Bye bye.
You want later, people.